Hey, 14. Where's my cute girlfriend? Thanks everybody for hanging out. All of you. Love you. Thank you. Let's hype train. This is the thing to do, right? It's a hype train. This is the way to go. Hype. 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 That's funny. You cut that out with a jigsaw. That's very Gen X. There's a picture of a, well, I can't really describe it. It's very Gen X though. I love it. Gotta go all the way down here. Hey, there's Outlaw Popcorn. What's up, man? Outlaw Popcorn meets Stay Fresh, who has been at work for a month. One of our friends. Welcome back. Outlaw Popcorn's a new member of the fam. He just came over to Trovo. I tempted him from Twitch. Stay Fresh has been working at a new job at a vegan restaurant for a month, and they've had him working him to the bone. But it's been going good, apparently. So good, we haven't even seen him. Oh, so it's working now.
Rejoice, Trovo is working for a few minutes.
Can I emphasize things?
This is emphasis. This is emphasis. This asterisk 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 is asterisk 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 emphasis. How dare Trovo deny us of this wholesome content?
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Fist in the air. Fist in the air in the land of hypocrisy. Movements come and movements go. Oh, that's pretty. You can pick up flowers from your horse?
Fear no more. Lord Fresh is here.
Oh, good. Everyone relax. That's better than hearing act normal, Juicy's here, like when I walk into a room. Everybody act normal. Oh, I'm not in the right place. Oh, say for us, I would say don't play any higher than 5, man. unless you just feel like it. I mean, play it on whatever level you feel comfortable with, and then the minute you feel it start getting weird, lower it down to like 2. I finished it all out on 2 because 2 is the difficulty that's the lowest difficulty where you have a non-zero chance of a legendary. And the thing is, you're not going to want any low-level legendaries anyway, so whatever. Except for the mods. Why are you staring at me like that, hon? Well, what is it? You're freaking me out. You're like staring at me from the door.
We might be able to cook for a second.
That's good. That's great. Slow down there, Speedy. What? I heard that. That was before you started racing. That's no big deal. Yeah, that's no big deal. Rainier Beach is nice. Oh, I love Rainier Beach. So I would say play on level 5 because, or max. Yeah, I mean 2 is as hard as it is. Like I said, it does not matter. You know, you can put it on auto scale, and the minute you feel it get weird, stop it, or just leave it on 2. It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter, because we'll go and start doing the challenge levels right away, and you're going to want to replace all the gear as fast as you can. Basically it. Yeah, I don't think you'll have any. I mean, you're gonna have fun. It's really cool to do the rest of it, and wait till you see how horrible the story is. I don't mean the story is bad. I mean, like, the story is like, what? Like, fuck humans. All right, that's where we're going. About 400 hours, 460 or something. The thing is, there is a 24-hour delay in the counting, so I can't know for sure until tomorrow. Oh my God, did my stream stop and start again? What the fuck? Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. What the fuck? We've been going for 12 hours. OBS hasn't stopped. There's something wrong between Restream and Trovo. That's annoying, Trovo. So, my hours are at 26:59 and 33 minutes. And I need 3,000, so I need 341 hours. Well, 340 hours and 27 minutes. Yeah, stay fresh. Isn't that weird? So, I'm guessing I'm going to get about 150 hours today, probably. So we'll see. This week I'm going to start going on. I'm going to start earlier. I'll just start Saturday and start going. And then that way I can take some days off later. Down with the COVID. Agreed. 100%. All right, I found the second stone. I'm awesome. Now I'm going south. very hard south-southeast. I hope I'm going to make it. I normally average about 90, between 65 and 90 hours a day, but I've been getting tons and tons of help from the crew and from y'all, from everybody. And I've been asking too. I never ask for help, but like today, on Twitter, I asked for help. So, and when I do that, people come. I have a problem where I have trouble asking for what I need. Life problems. All right, there's our thing.
Hello, friend. Could you help me with something?
These are the founding stones. King Celebrimbor established the town of Northᓚᘏᗢ. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mute that. I apologize. I thought I was muted. Oh my God, I feel sorry. I apologize. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I definitely have a problem asking for help. But, yeah, whatever. I just start feeling like a whiner because the truth is I need help every single day.
Sounds like it is time for a safety meeting, Sativa style.
Hey, you know what? You're absolutely right about that. Let me get to my destination. My back hurts. I need to medicate. You're absolutely right. In fact, I can hear one going on in the other room. Hey, Northᓚᘏᗢ. Northᓚᘏᗢ followed me from outside the... I'm not sure where you're from, Northᓚᘏᗢ, but thanks. Oh, you were in the channel. Thanks. Maybe you were one of the lurkers. Or maybe you just came in and I didn't see the thing. Appreciate it. Nice to see you and thank you. Shout out to everybody. Thanks to everybody in Twitch too. Appreciate it. I think there's at least 5 people left in there and I really appreciate all y'all. Oh, thanks, Northᓚᘏᗢ. That's really great. That's cool. I've been trying. I'm working really hard to get those 3,000 hours. So that's awesome. Did my stream go out again? No. There was a 6-second broadcast and a 30. It's gone out like 3 times. Hey, Bowie Audio, how are you? Restream is fucking up. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get those hours and I'm just about 350 hours away. So if I crunch these last 2 days, I'll really make it. Thanks to y'all and everybody. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bowie. It's so weird. Yeah, Trovo had a couple of hiccups where I have 6-second broadcast. I have a 34-second broadcast. Like, what the fuck? Does it happen to you? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I really appreciate it, Altex. I really appreciate it. I've only got a couple of days to go here, and I'm going to make the bounty. I've got about 300. What did I say up there? I put the number in. I need 350 hours, something like that. I can't remember the number, but 347. And fingers crossed. I'm going to go today till I drop, probably 10 o'clock. And then get tomorrow, do it again. Knock on wood. Altex is great, by the way. If you guys don't follow Altex, make sure you follow him because he's awesome. Oh, he's on the Outriders. I'm tempted, but I'm so in the middle of trying to find Hannah's room. Besides, honestly, going down and playing the low game is irritating. It really is, and it's not apparent until you get there. It's like, oh God, you know, I could take all my gear off and have a better time. Because you can play with other weapons and junk, but you know, you're missing your bleed or whatever. I gotta find these. I also paid an enormous amount of money to get my character all set up for this, and so I feel like I gotta play it. Okay, I found all the things. And a history spot. You're playing your trickster because you remember doing that class the best. That's exactly what I was going to ask you. If you're going to play the trickster or the technomancer. The technomancer is probably the number one, just pure DPS class. And the trickster is probably 2. And although I don't know, in the end it's getting like, well, like everybody, my devastator is even pretty good, although it's always the worst, you know what I'm saying? Always. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't have my safety meeting. Okay, you guys stick around, stay 1 second. I'll be right back. Just a second. And before I go, just one more thing. Thanks, Altex. Really appreciate the raid. Seriously, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Fac și o să mai fac. Când o fac parcă n-am fund la sac. Eu nu cred în tic-tac, nici al meu ceas. Fumez la 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 când sunt prea tras. Yeah, clar am un suflet blindat. Yeah, la cap nu sprăji, nu-ți ghida. No, ce fac e neclasificat. Yeah, pentru ea un tabu interesant. Yeah, sunt un bagab conversat. Yeah, miroase a cartier și a cartier. I s-am luat de la glesne. I șopte ceva la ureche. Poate că am prea mult sânge în palme. Yeah, spală-mă tu, fata mea, la noapte. Băieți se plâng, băieți nu plâng, când plâng cresc. Stelele le vezi de la pieptul meu. Prea mult sânge în palme. Spală-mă la noapte. Prea mult sânge în palme. Spală-mă la noapte. Papă-mă, fato, acum ca pe ciocolată.
Oh my God, I feel so much better. Oh, my back. So much better. Oh, coughing fit. Yeah, I would not be able to sit at the desk because 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago, 23 years ago. Hi, Five Wa. Welcome, welcome. I got in a terrible accident in a boat in Alaska. Look at that fog. Sorry. Yeah, so I was, my mom passed away when I was about 25, and I just was full of angst and sad and upset, as you can imagine. And I worked in Seattle at a coffee shop, and I just felt overwhelmed by everybody. Sometimes when you're feeling bad and someone passes away, it can be very overwhelming how nice everybody is. You know, sometimes you just need to not, you know everyone wishes well and how nice everybody is, but sometimes you just need to not talk about it, and I had a job that was very public, so because I was making coffee, so it was really tough. And I went to Alaska to go fishing, and I got on a boat and worked there for a while. It was really hard work, and I have a million stories about this, like a million. But at one point, it was about 6 weeks in, I was in the bottom. The boat was 180 feet long. It had about 200 people on it, 180, 210, something like that. 180 feet long. And it had a freezer hold in the bottom. The whole bottom of the boat was a giant freezer, and the freezer hold was 30 below zero all the time. And I worked down there stacking up the boxes. The fish would come onto the boat off a giant net onto the deck. And the net was, get this, a mile high in the water. A mile, 5,250 feet or whatever. It was 5,000 feet, this net. And it would drag, trawl through, and it would pull up like, I'm not kidding, 50 tons, 60 tons, 70 tons, 80 or 90 tons of fish. And they would dump that through the deck into these machines that straightened them all out. And these machines have these slots. They're just like a conveyor belt that runs fast, and it's like this high, and you put a fish in it. The people who do that, all the fish go into a bin in front of them from the deck, and they grab a fish, and they put the fish head down, belly right, and they put them in there in the slots. They slot the fish, and they go into these two machines. They go around the corner, and there are two machines there that take the fish, and then they go into a set of blades. There are these blades like everywhere, and they fillet the fish. And the fillets get dumped out of a conveyor belt on the other end onto a flat, lighted conveyor belt. It's a conveyor belt with fluorescent lights under it. And you're in a room that's 40 degrees. It's Fahrenheit. It's dark-ish, and it's raining fish guts, and it stinks, and you're cold, and you're having to, the first job you do is at that table where all the fillets get thrown out. That table, they're just in a pile. 123 fillets a minute, just a pile. And there are 8 people at the table, 4 on each side. The first 4 people, these two and these two, their only job is to straighten the fish out. So you develop this technique for being able to straighten the fish out. They have to be belly down, belly to the right, tail down, or head down, belly to the right. And it's so hard. And the whole thing is too short for someone like me. And then the next person, the third person on each side, they pick out the very best stuff, and that gets sucked away to a different thing that gets sent to high-end customers. And the last person, all they do is wait and scoop out 15 kilos of fish. And there's no scale. You just have to eyeball 15 kilos of fish on a scoop and then put it into a box. And there's one guy at the end, a fat Polish asshole, screaming at you the whole time. What a jerk that guy was. He was such a jerk. And he is packing the fish into the cardboard boxes and closing the boxes and putting them into metal containers. It's a flat cardboard box of fish that's wax cardboard, and it sits inside of a metal tray, basically, with handles on the side. Not like outward handles, but like recesses where you can put your finger. It's an aluminum rectangle. And if you look down into it, you can exactly fit a 15-kilo block of fish. So those get put onto a conveyor belt behind him. So behind him is a big conveyor belt that goes all the way around this whole thing. And the conveyor belts are packed full, and that all goes into the freezer hold. Oh no, that conveyor belt, I'm sorry, this was my job, goes into my job. My job was then to take those trays and then put them into 11 freezers. And the freezers were trays of metal. They each had there were 13 metal shelves. And then what would happen is I would pack all the fish 7 wide, these rectangles of fish. I would pack them 7 wide and 2 deep, 11 high, into these freezers. and they would be sitting there, and then I would go press a button, and it would all compress, and it would turn the Freon on, and they would start freezing. It took 12 hours to freeze them. So I would move on to the next one and fill it up. And then, but before I filled it up, I had to open the previous one. The one in front of you is always frozen. So while they're filling up the conveyor belt, I'm emptying the frozen fish onto another conveyor belt. And then that conveyor belt on the bottom is going into the people who are boxing it up for the next step. So I'm pulling the frozen one out, I'm putting the unfrozen ones in, and then freezing them, and then that's continuing. You're working fast. You never stop for a second. I hit my head hard enough to bleed every single day in that job. It was funny. So, and I was there for 2 months, or 6 weeks. This story has an ending. So after that, it goes into the next job that we did. There's basically 2 things. There's the fish and the cases of fish, and I worked in the cases of fish thing eventually. So after that, all those things are sent up, those frozen containers of fish, the 15 things, those are sent up a conveyor belt, and a guy sprays them with hot water and cracks out the fish and then puts the aluminum things into a thing they wash and go back to the fat guy who's a jerk. And there's 3 conveyor belts. He gets them off the bottom. And those go back and they put more boxes in. So the guy pulling them out, we called it cracking. The guy cracking them, hey Jeff, he would send them down a conveyor belt, and there was another guy right there who would put them into 3 of them at a time into cardboard boxes lined with plastic. And then you would, and I love this job, you would put the cardboard box there and then lean your leg up against it, and then 2 metal straps would automatically hit it like schwack. It would strap it, and then you push it into a hole in the ground. And then from there, it went into the job that I was doing when I hurt my back. And below you is a 40-foot high, 30 below zero freezer. And if you open the door right there, there's a ladder you can climb down. It's far too high just to step down. It's seriously 30 or 40 feet high. Or maybe 25 feet. It's like 3 stories. It's so high. The boat fills with fish. And these cases of fish slide down a chute just onto the ground, and then we stack them up down there, and it is 30 below zero Fahrenheit. Do the math. That's colder than 30 below zero centigrade or Celsius. It's the coldest. 40 degrees Fahrenheit is where they're the same. 30 and 40, it's so cold. It's so cold. And down there, we were filling up the floor. All the food for the boat's down there, by the way, and you move it up to the kitchen as you go. We were constantly ferrying food. One day, I was sitting there and filling up the boat. I grabbed one of the cases of fish, and I was walking over. The way you did it was you grab the 2 straps and you nestle it right in your pelvis so that it's centered close to you, and you're not using your back to pick it up, and you walk over and you set it down. So I was filling up the floor. There were 2 of us in the hold. We worked 2 at a time down there. And I grabbed the straps, went over, and we hit a list. The boat went whoop, and we were still on the floor, so it was slippery. There was ice on the wood, and my heel hit it, and I landed with a 50-pound, it was 50 kilos. What is 50 kilos? No, it was 50 pounds. Case of fish, nestled right in my thing. I landed right on L2. So I instantly ruptured 2 discs. Instantly. And I finished unloading the thing, and I remember I talked to the other guy and I said, I really hurt myself, I gotta go. And I knew I had really hurt myself. And no one believed me, and they didn't take the boat back. I had to wait 8 days. 8 days in the Bering Sea. We were in the middle of the Bering Sea in Alaska, in the middle of nowhere. And the captain wasn't doing that great. He had showed up a month after I got there. He showed up in the 4th week I got there. And I had worked my way up from the bottom into the case-up crew. And I hurt my back, broke it for all we knew. And they gave me no sympathy, no nothing. In fact, they almost killed me with ibuprofen. When I got back to town, when I left, they ridiculed me for 8 days. They made fun of me. Everyone in the boat spat on me and acted like everybody, except for like 1 or 2 friends I had. They all shit all over me. It was insane. And not one of any of the leadership or any of the captains, first mate, second mate, deckhands, none of them would look me in the eye. I finally went up to the captain's thing at the end, and when I was finally done, my roommate, we were sleeping 6 up in a room, and my bunkmate below me would not switch bunks with me, so I had to sleep on the floor in the hall. So for 8 days that happened. Hey, Ivan Cat, welcome. I'm telling the story of how I broke my back in Alaska. And so I went to the captain to get some money, you know, based on my contract. You have a contract, and I had a cruise share. So I was like, I need some cash to get home. Can I have $200? And he said, oh, well, I usually reserve the maximum amount for people who've been here for a while. And I said, been here for a while? What the fuck is wrong with you? I was here for a month before your lazy ass even showed up, and I broke my fucking back on your boat. And you owe me the money. Give me the goddamn money. And he looked at me like I told him that like his mother had died. Like he was like, what? I was like, oh, so you didn't ask, and not one fucking person told you the circumstances of my injury on the job, on your boat, captain, on your ship? And he went white, and he immediately turned around and said, I'm very sorry. And he gave me the money and said, we're going to take care of you. He knew that he fucked up. So they paid for everything, and they paid me more than my cruise share. I didn't sue them. I could have. I'm still hurt, man. Every day of my life is fucked by that incident. But I mean, whatever. I don't see it that way.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
That's not how I deal with it.
Spare a moment of your time.
Everyone in the boat was that way. All of them. 8 days. And get this, my best friend Dwayne had come up, and this didn't help. And he had like a breakdown when he was up there. He had no problem with any of it physically, but something happened. He was in a bunk, and there were no windows, and he had never thought of it. We were only 25 years old. We were young men, you know. He was like, I never thought of this. And there was no windows. He couldn't breathe, you know, and it just made him not sleep. He was fine with the work. He just couldn't sleep, so he never slept. And even in the 8 days I was with him, he was still sitting there just going like this the whole time. He was crazy. He would doze off like a little bit and then like wake up. It was bad. It took him days to recover too. So then we looked like assholes, right? Because I had told everyone how my friend was coming back and it was going to be fine, and talked him up. So anyway, that was one of the best and worst experiences of my life. I have stories. I mean, how many people have the nerve to go just up their life and go fishing in Alaska? I experienced every emotion from birth to death 100 times on that boat every day. And that was helpful to process such a hard time. Because, you know, I was only 25. My mother was only 46. I'm only a little older than she was when she died. I have trouble with that every day. I think I'm like, you know, that just the thought of that. Imagine outliving your parents. Both of my parents are gone for a long time. It's like weird reality. Oh, I can increase the size of the quest. I love you. Sanding Stone Games. Why can't I increase its size this way though?
Might you spare a moment of your time?
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I have a ton of stories from that time.
What can I do for you?
The man seems quite unhinged.
It's a sorry day.
Your friends are weird, man.
Will you lend me your ear?
Yeah, thank you for listening to my weird story. I have a tons of stories. Looking at the Trovo stuff here. Yeah. What do you see? I love this game. I have to / meditate. You suddenly detect just barely a far-off song. Songs are important. That's magic. Streamlabs OBS you have installed. You think you just figured out? Yeah. I was going to tell you that your OBS has to be configured a certain way. You have to like go in and make sure that the codec is on. But what did you figure out? I want to know what you found out. Find the source of the unsettling song. There it is. It's not far. Oh, custom RTMP setup. Not for Trovo. You shouldn't have to do that. But you do have to configure it in a certain way that's not like what it is for Twitch. You have to turn off seek ahead, and you have to set the B frames. Like you have to do that. Would you like me to find that information? It's on the Discord for Trovo. I'll find it for you if you want. Exactly how to configure your Trovo, your OBS for Trovo. Mine, I would just show you how mine's configured, but mine is configured for Restream, and Restream is sending it to Trovo separately. So mine's not correct for this. But I am happy to tell you what the exact thing is. You do sound close. You are getting close. That is a way to do it. I haven't told that story in a long time about me breaking my back. It's not a traumatic story. I mean, you know, it's just, it's not like I don't feel sad when I tell that story. It's like a good story. I have a lot of experiences. Wait a second. May 20. Who streamed? Oh, I have to look something up before we do this. There's a new contest on Trovo. There's a new contest on Trovo for whoever streams more than 100 days by... Oh, Stay Fresh, I forgot you said you wanted to go to Discord. The answer is yeah, I do want to do that. I'm sorry, I feel like I left you behind. Oh, I mean, that's fine. That's totally fine, dude. But I'm so sorry.
Juicy is my favorite streamer. Love Stay Fresh.
Thank you. Dude, the answer is yes, I do want to do that. We can do it later too if you want. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I got lost in my story. I'm like press play. Once you press play on me, I forget. I need to get rid of this song. Bonk. Yeah, I mean, if you want to catch up, that's fine. That'll give me an excuse to turn the music down. So there's a contest. How many days have you streamed this year, Altex? Because there's a, I just looked in the Discord trying to find that info for Outlaw Popcorn, and I have not yet. Yeah, I made the mistake of I mean, more than 100 days. I mean, I've streamed 100 days. What is this, April? I've streamed 87 days this year already. May 20th. So I have to stream 13 days between now and a month from now? No, 3 weeks from now? 13 days? That's not going to be hard. Wow. Okay, so I'm trying to get this information for you. Master Blaster. Provo. How do I do it? I need to remove that. No one's looking for YouTube. Nobody cares about that. You guys give me ideas for what the robot should say, and I'll have it say that. Because I don't even know. What are like not uncool things for robots to say? Pin message. Well, I can tell you at least a couple of things. Do you have OBS open right now? If you do, I'll tell you. I can't find the official info. No wonder you're struggling. So open up your settings and click on the Output tab. Silent hype train. Oh, I meant to do a silent hype train, but I had the settings open. I was just going to give everybody epilepsy, was the idea. Okay, you've got the settings open. So now, click on output. And then probably best, I guess put it on advanced. You see the very top drop down right there? Oh, I passed by everything. Aufbreaker. Redeemer. Yeah. And then there are 4 tabs below there. It says streaming, recording. Oh, I don't use slobs. I use OBS Studio. Okay, so let me just, instead of trying to translate, let me just show you. 1 second. Let me turn on the other. Okay, you'll be able to see it now. You see this? There's a window. You see that it says streaming here? I don't know what OBS looks like.
Domo Orgato, turn off the roboto.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That command, you know, I had you almost in mind. One of the reasons I thought of you was because of that command, because I thought it would be so useful, stay fresh. Because you're the one who's always like, oh, dude, you remember to tell me. So, here's the window. Does it look anything like this one? It's called, the regular one's called Streamlabs OBS. No, it's not. It's called OBS Studio. I'm so sorry. I'll get you a URL if you want. I hate how Streamlabs is taking over the URL. OBSproject.com. That's what I always forget. This is a better thing to start with just to see if it's feasible on your computer. You know what I mean? And then you can tackle slobs after you've configured this. Maybe.
This is intolerable.
I am all nothing wrong. Just gonna do a quick tweet.
Doamne, mi-ai dat putere să îi spinte. N-ar fi să plouă cu gloanțe trec printre.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for the bullseye. Oh my god, I'm covering it up. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I'm being so useless right now. I forgot you can see my screen. Okay. I'm so sorry, Outlaw Popcorn. Check it out. Oh, where we were at is you were going to download that thing. As you can tell, I'm pretty high, so I'm having trouble with the details here, but I got you. I can get cannabis. It's less intoxicating, but it's really expensive. And they don't really have the selection isn't very good, actually. I guess I can't really get it that easily. She's singing the song. Oh. She's disturbed. That evil creature was possessing her. I showed that red witch. It was boss. Red witch. Oh, don't break his leg. Oh God, always. You know you can get a potion of no fall damage. They'll sell you anything in this game. Hey, we need love. Nice to see you. To anybody who just tuned in or doesn't know, I'm Juicy Jones. This is Juicy Jones HQ. And we stream every day except for Saturdays and Sundays. And I still stream on those days anyway because I'm a dork. And right now we're playing Lord of the Rings Online. I love every one of you. Thank you. And one more thing. Thank you for watching this channel. Because all you gotta do is click the back button. You see there's a lot of channels you can watch, and a lot of good channels too. So thanks for watching mine. Did I hear your voice?
Why would we not watch you though?
That's sort of my thinking. In a way.
I mean, it's so
or why
wholesome,
would
it
you?
just makes sense. It just makes sense. Like, why not?
I can think of 100 reasons. Having a life is premier among them. I'm just kidding. I can't say that.
Oh, don't think about yourself like that. Come on, man.
Hey Nokia, how are you? How are you? Nice to see you. We're playing Lord of the Rings here. I'm so stoked that the Lord of the Rings channel invaded me earlier. It was really fun.
I mean, that's really dope, dude.
It was really nice to meet them. They were very he was telling me about the events they have every week and some of the things they used to do. And it's just, if you play this game, it's just there's a community doing fun stuff. There's a lot of stuff that isn't just dungeon running going on in this game. Like whole bands. There's a music system, right? Did I tell you that?
No, I don't believe so.
The game has a full-on music system.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
It's yes. They have a couple of dozen instruments, bassoons, woodwinds, horns, whatever. And there's a system to where different characters partying together or whatever playing music go into a music sync where you're synced up. And you can play live or you can just put in strings of instructions, and many people have arranged songs. So each person would paste in their arrangement, and then everyone hit enter around the same time, and the game syncs it up. And then bystanders sitting around, you walk by, and you will hear them. It's happened. I walked by 3 bands today playing stuff.
That's actually pretty dope. I can't deny it. I wish we had more stuff like that here.
Yeah, it's amazingly dope, especially because of the world. Because that should show you how committed to Tolkien they are.
Right.
You know what I mean? The world was created by song. And they put that in the game.
Shadow of War.
Like this, like in the beginning, Eru Ilúvatar created the Valar and the Maya, and he did it to help him sing the world into existence. And all the strife in the world was because Morgoth didn't want to sing his melodies. That's the story.
That's right.
That's right. Morgoth didn't want to sing his melodies. Morgoth wanted to sing his own melodies, and he sang different, and he kept on having to correct him. And other people were like, no, I like Morgoth's melody. And I was like, what the fuck? And then when the world was made, he was constantly fucking with it and constantly doing what he wanted. He was the first one to find the elves, but song is key. There was a time when Morgoth was face down by a fucking Maya who sang at him at his gates.
Yeah.
Boom! fucked him
Wasn't
up.
one of the high elves too?
It wasn't a high elf. It wasn't a Maya. It was a high elf. It was that badass. She was a descendant of one of the half Mayas.
Yeah,
How
one
sick
of the
is that?
half Numenors and like half Maya
Yeah.
people, if I'm remembering
Yeah.
correctly.
And then so it sheds a
That's-
whole new light on like this quest I just finished. This quest was that this woman was singing a weird song. And in this context,
shit.
it's different though. It matters. She's not just going. She's saying trial. And think about Radagast. How
Ooh.
he's like tra la 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 la. He's like into singing, but he and nature are one, and he's a Maya. He helped to create the world with singing. So of course he
Yeah.
sings song. You know.
He's
They
not
all
quite
help.
he's not necessarily a Valar, but he's still a Maya, so he can fuck you up.
Yeah, they all sang. They were all, you know, obviously all of the Maya have more power than any human could possibly have, and it is that Gandalf and Radagast and Saruman and the two blue wizards were prohibited. They were given human form and prohibited being Maya on
Well, I mean,
Arda.
speaking of Gandalf and being Maya and all that, look at his battle with the Balrog.
Yeah.
From some of the research I've done through YouTube and stuff, he even fought one of the more weak Balrogs. And because of him
Yeah.
and them going down to the core of Middle Earth or whatever, and going through all
He
those,
got killed, but he won.
yeah, but the
He
Maya
got
were
killed,
like,
but he
"No,
won."
son, you're coming back and you're gonna embrace your full power because you need
Yeah.
to." Like,
1 second.
show Sauron, he's gonna fuck around and find out.
Nokia, that is absolutely true. Thank you so much. I am so proud of my subtitles. I love them. And they're simple, but I love it. Thank you. How are you doing, man? What are you up to? Yeah, the Gandalf is one of only like 5 people that were resurrected ever. 5 to 10, maybe. You know, there's just so few. There was like one of the great elves and another Maya or something. You know, the elves. It's just they don't resurrect people, and everyone that gets resurrected, it is a personal intervention from Eru Ilúvatar.
I still think if Arwen were to have passed away because of the light fading, Elrond being old enough and wise enough and having those elvish connections, still would have been able to bring her back.
No,
I still think that.
no. Eru
Really?
Ilúvatar. Remember, count the number of times anybody was ever
yeah.
resurrected in this world. Ever.
I mean, that's
Gandalf
true.
was special.
I,
Everyone that got
Yeah.
resurrected was special in a big way.
well, I personally think if he wasn't Maya, I don't think he would have had that happen. So yeah, you're right.
Well, they did. He did resurrect an elf once, but you may be right. I mean, Eru Ilúvatar from the Silmarillion. It sounded to me kind of like it was like.
Well, like I said,
It was like
I've never
your
read
work
the
is too
Silmarillion
important.
or the Unfinished Tales.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm not versed in that part of Tolkien. I just
Yeah,
know
mostly I
Hobbit
think-
and then the trilogy.
Mostly, I think his work wasn't finished, and what he did was badass. I think that was, he's just not done. You know, this just isn't the end. This is just he just did what he had to do. He helped the Fellowship. They did their thing. The world still needs Gandalf. I don't think Eru Ilúvatar thought about it for a minute. I think he was like, no, you're going back. You'll be more powerful now, because you're obviously one of the good guys. Like, think of the trust he put in Gandalf. Not giving him any
Right.
more instructions, not saying anything else, but you're amazing and you deserve to go back. And then, just keep doing it. That's all he said. Keep doing this, man. And everyone knows no one gets resurrected. You know what I mean? It's like,
No.
yeah, who gets resurrected are evil people like fucking Morgoth and shit.
Bro, Frodo was lucky to still live through that damn
Yeah.
Nazgul blade.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if it wasn't for Aragorn
Elrond,
being
man.
that close with Elven magic is the real deal.
Yep. You know how old Elrond is?
Wasn't he around since the First Age?
No, he was born in the Second Age, I believe. Although maybe
I know he was at the
could have been the First Age.
I know he was at the battle where Isildur cut off Sauron's ring, and
Yeah.
yada yada yada.
So that was the Second Age. Actually,
Wasn't
that's
that
funny
the
you say that,
beginning
because
of the Second
that was literally the beginning of the Third Age. That event when when Sauron is defeated. That is the end of the the second age and the beginning of the third age. So you nailed that.
Because
the end of the first
then
age.
Isildur got killed over being an idiot with the ring and thinking that it would save him from the orcs.
Yeah, the ring killed him.
Yeah, and then not Smeagol. I can't remember the original Hobbit's name that first found the ring. And then
His name that was Smeagol.
Killed him.
Smeagol was his name.
Then,
Gollum was his shit name.
No, not the Hobbit that first found it, but then Smeagol
his buddy
killed him over
his poor fishing buddy. Yeah,
that
the dude that didn't get the part in the big movie.
Return of the Ring. Yeah.
The guy that had the little tiny part. The guy that got robbed.
The one who got fucked over by Smeagol.
Yeah. Fucking Tolkien. Where's my character, man?
Right.
Yeah, so the guys in Elrond was sent. The first time Elrond began fighting Sauron full on was when he was sent by Gil-galad, the baddest ass motherfucker in the entire universe. 100% tied in my mind. The two baddest ass elves in the universe are Gil-galad and Galadriel. Holy fucking shit.
Galadriel is in my top 5 most powerful beings in Middle Earth, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. She is the baddest ass motherfucker. And I mean, Gil-galad was probably badder, but you know what? Here's the thing. Here's why I like Galadriel the best, really. If you really ask me to pick one, I pick her. And the reason is because do the math. How long was Galadriel alive? Yeah, you know how old Galadriel was? Oh, to answer my question
wasn't she one of the first beings?
To answer my question, no, but she's old. To answer my question, she is, she is the niece of Fëanor, the guy who made the fucking Silmarils, the greatest craftsman of all time. Second only to Sauron.
Right.
Yeah, better than Sauron, better than Celebrimbor, the second and third best craftsman of all time in this entire world.
And they're all elves. And elves.
Well, no, Sauron is a Maya.
No, I'm not saying Sauron. I'm saying the ring makers and the blacksmiths and shit. If my memory serves me correct.
Sauron gave them the gift.
The ones who made all... Oh, Sauron was the one that gave the elves the ability to make the rings of power and everything?
Yeah, Sauron met... didn't you play Middle-earth, Shadows of War? What a great game.
I'm playing through it currently, actually.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, Celebrimbor went to... He hated the elves. He was going to corrupt them. So he went to the elves and he shopped around. I was sent from the Valar. I'm here to help you make magical things to defend, to protect yourself against Sauron. And then, you know who told him to fuck off and hit the road? Gil-galad. And Elrond. Gil-galad and Elrond said, fuck that guy, that pretty boy with his blonde hair or whatever, fuck that guy. I don't trust him. They were like, he's smarmy. He's smarmy. Get rid of him. So they sent him packing. So he went out east. And he went a little further, and Celebrimbor, who is a great elf, of course. Celebrimbor, by the way, another elf resurrected. Not many. I think so. I might have that wrong. I'll have to check. I might have that wrong. But he went to Celebrimbor, and Celebrimbor was like, oh, yeah, let's do this. Let's get together. So he showed him, and he helped him craft all these rings of power. Tons, like 16, 18 rings of power or something. And Sauron was like, cool. And then Sauron left for a year because he had one more thing to do. So he went back to Mordor and he crafted the ring. You know what I'm talking about? He crafted the ring. Took him a year. And he went back, and in the interim, Celebrimbor crafted 3 rings of power for the elves in secret by himself. And Sauron was pissed off. Oh my God. So he went back. He was bad. So he went back to Celebrimbor and fucking, invaded. There's a whole war. You can watch whole videos about this. There's whole books about it. Sort of. There's a lot more YouTube than there is writing about it. I'd say that because by Tolkien, because he only wrote a few books.
History of the History of the Ages, that channel on
Yeah,
YouTube
that's a good
is
one.
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
That's my main one to go to.
And so Celebrimbor got manhandled by Sauron some more and forced to make more rings, like a whole bunch of power rings. And he gave them instead of giving them to elves, because obviously the elves, wasn't going to work. Here's an important fact. When Sauron made the ring, because Celebrimbor had made 3 secret rings of power and given them to Gil-galad and to he gave one to what's her name, my favorite elf of all time, who I forgot, Galadriel, and one to Gil-galad, that he later gave to Elrond, and a third one to I can't remember who, the guy that gave it to Gandalf.
Elrond ended up. Yeah.
Well, Elrond got his from Gil-galad. Gandalf got his from, I forget who. Oh, I think it was Galadriel's husband, Celebrimbor or something. I can't remember his name.
Yeah,
So
he was a dick, but I can't remember his name.
Celebrimbor, he had done that. As soon as Sauron made his ring and put it on, the elves knew. They knew because he had been disguised as a beautiful person, as a pretty elf. And that's what he did when he was with the elves. And they didn't know, but as soon as he put that ring on, they saw his true will, which was to control them and the entire world with the rings and everything. They saw everything. And that they saw him and his will were exposed. And that's how he knew they had the rings too. That's why he was pissed. So then he invaded like a motherfucker with a giant fucking army, and he grabbed Celebrimbor, tortured Celebrimbor, killed him, put him in the head of his fucking army on a stick from his ass to his skull in the front of everything, and drove around with him. But before that, he forced him to make more rings, and he wanted to. But he forced him to tell him where all the rings were, but he didn't tell him where the 3 rings, the elven rings, were. And he was pissed. That's why he tortured him. But he got all the other rings, and he decided to give them to men, dwarves, and I forgot.
Yeah, and then the men eventually turned into the Nazgul.
Yeah, he knew they would too.
Whatnot.
Yeah.
Well, because of the weak power. I mean, for fuck's sake, look at how Boromir tried to kill fucking Frodo over it.
Well, what's funny too is that another thing he did not know is that the dwarves are resistant to the rings. It didn't work on them either. It made him greedy.
Well, actually, yeah,
it made
I was
him
about
really
to say
greedy.
that. It's like it did, but it didn't directly affect.
It did
them.
not work.
It made them greedy, but it didn't influence them in an evil way other than the.
Yeah, that's called not working.
Running
His goal wasn't to change dwarves. His goal was to control the world and to bend them to his will and get them to raise giant armies of dwarves to fight elves with him. That was the goal. So he failed utterly. And so that was a huge disappointment. And they ended up all just sacking up and getting in a hole somewhere, or dying in a fire. Some dragon killed all the dwarven rings. I think there were none left. I think at the end of the Lord of the Rings, I think he maybe had 3 or 4 rings total left out of all those rings.
Yeah,
not counting the
there
Nazgul.
There were none at the Mines of Moria when the Fellowship went through. The Elven rings were like Elrond and.
Hey, iPad base. Hi. Elrond, Galadriel, and Gandalf.
Ring. Yeah, there were maybe a handful left out of the original ones.
And Sauron had been scouring the world for all of them. He found every single one he could and killed everyone that wouldn't give it up, and etc. Everyone who could dominate. There's so much more story to tell.
He's trying to regain the power from it, so I don't see why he wouldn't do that.
One of the coolest things about the lore of Tolkien is that the way magic works, you literally put your own literal power into stuff. And so literally every person who's ever done a magic thing is less powerful than the day, they pass puberty or whatever. And that includes Morgoth, who was the most powerful being in the world besides Ilúvatar. It took the whole fucking world to defeat that guy. It cracked off a whole continent into the sea when they did it.
Dang.
It was insane. He was so fucking powerful. I wish they would do Morgoth. He makes Sauron look like a toy.
Bro, Morgoth makes Sauron look like a bitch.
I know.
You can't even sugarcoat that one.
Sauron was smarter than Morgoth in certain ways, but you know, Morgoth
As far
was
as his mind control techniques, yes.
yeah.
From
Well,
my
and some of his
understanding, yes.
and some of the crafting stuff he did, Sauron was more of a crafter, and the rings was a good idea. It just failed. You know, obviously, like no research there, buddy. Who knows how Northᓚᗏᗢ works? But Morgoth was, you know, after all, Morgoth was a Valar. Full on. And he was the number one Valar. The number two guy is now king of the Immortal Lands, hanging out out
He's
there.
the whole reason why fucking evil is even a thing in Middle Earth.
Exactly.
You know? So of course he's got some crazy fucking power that you don't.
And that's what's weird is that you start realizing that the actual power of them comes from, like, Morgoth came to Middle Earth and literally imbued his own actual energy in the world. It's where bad things started coming from. Evil spiders, volcanoes where there used to be pastures. You know, everything bad in the world comes from him coming here and doing that. It's such a great lore.
If it wasn't for Melkor, there would have been no Witch King of Agmar, no Shelob.
Right,
no
exactly.
fucking
Although
Morgul and all
Shelob, that may not be true. Morgoth was allies with Shelob's mother. It was not his servant. And that is a weird
Shelob
thing.
got corrupted because she got tortured by Sauron over the ring. One of the rings of power, allegedly. That's my understanding.
Right, but I'm not talking about Shelob. Shelob was a baby. Shelob was the daughter of a real monster called Ungoliant.
Gotcha.
And Ungoliant is nobody knows where Ungoliant came from. Why Ungoliant? Morgoth did not create Ungoliant. That's the thing, and neither did Northᓚᗏᗢ, as far as we know. Yeah, maybe he did. Why? It's something from the dark or whatever. You know how there's really no answer. I could sit here and speculate for a year.
I mean, it's not like Tolkien even said it, so who the fuck knows?
Right, he didn't articulate that fully. I think he meant for it to be up in the air. But Ungoliant was such a I mean, he might have later on said, oh yeah, Morgoth created all those, but it's clear that he recruits Ungoliant, not tells what to do. You know what I mean? And for another example of how this works is that Sauron inherits the orcs as allies. He does not control them like Morgoth did. Morgoth created them, and Morgoth controlled them. And Sauron did not have that control. He was the second in command, and he did preside. He was able to manipulate all that stuff, but he wasn't like Morgoth. You know, Morgoth could create.
Morgoth was Big Papa.
Yeah, he could create.
There's no way
Valar
around
can
it.
create nothing from something from nothing. Crazy. Love the lore in this world. I love it. That's why it's fun to come back to the game, because you get to live everything you do. This game, balls to bones, every single thing in it is 100% Tolkien. You know, deep Tolkien lore stuff. All of it. There's nothing off the record on here.
Created a universe that's insane.
Yeah, it's really good. Brilliant guy. It's too bad he didn't live longer to be able to articulate the stuff and finish, because he certainly had plans. There was going to be I think there was going to be a Blue Wizards book where, I guess we already talked about this, where the Blue Wizards came, and we don't know much about them. And when he originally wrote about it, early on, he writes that maybe they came, in his notes, maybe they came to the Middle Earth and failed in the East, because Radagast, Gandalf, and Saruman, I forgot their original names, Gandalf's name was Orome, but they all came to
I know
West.
Gandalf was Mithrandir, known to the Gondorians.
Yeah, his Maiar name was Orome.
Yeah.
But when they became Earthlings or humans, or they were given the forms of man or whatever, those three went west, and the other two, the Blue Wizards, whatever, I forgot their names, they went to the east. And so originally he said maybe they failed in their missions, and so Sauron continued. And in his later life, in the 70s and 80s, his writings say, in his private notes say, no, I think better yet, there's more to do here. You know, like, I think the thing is they can have succeeded and set him back terribly, you know. Like they could have been a key part of the success of the Fellowship of the Ring. And that's an incredibly good and mature way to look at the writing. You know, like, hell yeah, write a story like that, but they prevail.
Right.
Be awesome. I love how everything dies with one hit. Boom, 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 boom.
Right.
I bought a level skip, so I'm a level 120. I'm the same level as somebody just starting the most recent expansion of this game.
Oh god.
What's great about it is that I can go through and just RP the entire thing. I started at the game is organized into an epic quest system, so I'm following the story. I am literally following the whole story, and I can't. There's no challenge I cannot complete. I don't waste any time leveling or any of that crap.
Completely off topic. You remember that Shocky asshole when we accessed the tower in the
Oh, 100%, of course,
part?
yeah.
He just killed me. That's why I was saying you.
Oh, he's your buddy.
I mean, I'm only on World Tier 3 just to try and reacclimate myself because I still have some pretty damn good shit.
I would just leave it there.
That's what I'm gonna do. I mean,
Yeah,
I still have
fuck
it
it.
unlocked until 5, but whatever.
Hey, 1 second. Oh, okay. Outlaw Popcorn. Yes. Outlaw Popcorn just chimed in. So did you try it? You made some change. Did you change the codec to NVENC as well? You can also put that bitrate down at like 1500. He's trying to get his streaming setup working to experiment with it.
I saw you guys talking about it in chat. I just wasn't paying attention much because I was playing this.
My girlfriend's having a sneezing fit. You okay, sweetie?
Just remember, if
Yeah, I
you
can
say
show you the
bless you more
options.
than 3 times, it cancels itself out.
Right. Okay, so now remember, this is not how Trovo is set up. Remember, this is not how Trovo is set up, but I'll tell you what to change.
It's not how you can believe it.
Do you see this right here that says encoder? What does that say on yours? On your settings? I gotta make sure my music is...
I wasn't expecting that Romanian rap from you, but it actually kind of sounds good. I like it.
I like it too. Fuck, this is off the playlist. I can play Kilophonic, but I can't play everybody else. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, he came in and hung out over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
I had no idea who he was. He said, "Have you seen my YouTube?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Do you know who I am?" I'm like, "Nope."
I mean, honestly,
He's like, "Check
I
my
wouldn't
YouTube."
either, but it's pretty good.
Okay, so it says
Shout out to him.
H.264 software. If you click on that drop down, what options do you see? Outlaw Popcorn. This is a key drop down. And I need to know what the whole thing says, not just 264, because more than one of them will actually say 264. The question is it NVENC, NVENC from NVIDIA, or is it software? Oh, QuickSync. I don't know QuickSync. Okay.
I do like in the actual game, I can have more than 25,000 shards finally. Or scraps or whatever.
Oh, I think I found the help. It says encoder X264. Does it say software? It doesn't say NVENC. NVENC. Oh. Well, all you can do is try them both. Yeah. Oh, that's what you want. Pick quick sync. Pick quick sync. It may not work. It may not work. Try it. It may require a change to the BIOS, which I wouldn't wish on you. And then I'll tell you how to configure it, because it's not exactly like mine. What's that?
No, I finally killed the electrical dude again.
Murderer. I leveled a pyromancer and a partly a technomancer also. And I tell you, the pyromancer was hard.
Did you mainly stay with Trickster?
No, I haven't done a trickster since the demo, actually. I'm playing demo, the what's it called? Devastator. Devastator.
Oh, okay. Like the heavy
weakest
tank
one.
or whatever.
Oh, yeah, sorta. I'll tell you what I am is an earthquake machine.
Oh yeah, do the Hulk smash.
Yeah, basically. That's like the thing. It's pretty funny.
I mean, I just like the Trickster because of the whole slow-mo and then the whole knife slash. And
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
the bullet thing is actually pretty nice. The little bullet.
Yeah,
skills
playing
or whatever.
defensively with that is fantastic. I love
Yeah,
that.
the twist arounds, it's dope.
Mhm.
But I'm
They
sure
just
as I
nerfed-
level up,
I'll tell you what they missed. They nerfed the fucking bleeding piss out of all the rounds, the round buffs, because they were so OP. You know what's funny is that I find out now in the full
I do
game.
remember them being OP in the demo.
Yeah, and I find out now in the full game that Devastators have everything, all the classes, everything Devastators have, and the other classes, all the other classes, have a damage buffed gun too. That's why
Really?
Devastator damage is low. We don't have that, so
Really?
they nerfed all those.
Wow.
People were plowing through CT15 too fast though. Nobody wants to talk about that thing, about how easy it was.
I mean, this is honestly my first time playing it since the demo because I heard of all the major bug with the deleting accounts and whatnot. So I was like, yeah, I have enough alternates and different class ones that I don't care enough about, but I still just don't want it to happen, so I'll wait like maybe roughly a month and hopefully they patch it.
Who knows? I mean, the patches are all in. What they're doing is manually going back through the database and recovering accounts one at a time. It was a
good for
serious
Square
problem.
Enix on that. Good for them on that are actually making an active effort to
They have to
clean
do it
that
the
up
hard
and make
way.
it
That's,
better.
but unfortunately, a lot of those players just quit. They're like, fuck that.
I don't blame them. You know, you pay $60 for a game and then that happens.
And it's a
I don't blame 'em.
disaster like that. And it was a very
Yeah.
small number of people, but they're loud on Reddit, I'll tell you that. But it's true.
Like I saw all that on Reddit and I was like, I'm gonna hold off. But I like this game enough where I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy it. If it happens, it happens. Whatever.
I mean, the way I see it, I've played enough of that game to where if I never play it again, I got plenty of value out of it for $60. I mean, I had almost 100 hours just in the demo, and I've got a shitload more than that in the full game. And I'm not even upset about it because I didn't lose anything. Huh?
I still want to know how many times we restocked in the demo.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing is that if the game really tanks, then I will turn the cheats on and just say, fuck it. You know what I mean? And just like fucking
Wait,
go
there's
crazy.
cheats to this game?
Yeah, totally.
I hope it's still on console that way because that would be dope.
No. The thing is, what they did was they said that everybody who disabled the anti-cheat, for any reason, I hate anti-cheat, so I ran the client a million times without it. And they know everyone who
it's
did
a
that, and they
PC
said
thing, damn it.
everyone who ran it without the anti-cheat, you're going to get flagged as a cheater unless you delete all your characters before launch. So I had to delete all of my characters with all their and you remember that I did turn
I
the
remember us.
I got 2
No, go on.
legendaries, 3 legendaries before I ever turned off the anti-cheat.
I
And that kind of
remember us
pisses me off.
farming for legendaries for like an hour or two.
Yeah, and you remember I
ended up
got
getting
one?
like one or yeah, you got one or two.
It was my
and
second one.
I still have not gotten one.
Yeah. And so you'll get them, like you'll get them. But it's one of
I
those
know I
things that
will
irritates me
eventually,
because it's like, and then all this like this huffy bullshit about cheaters or whatever. It's a Diablo game. It's a single player game that you can play multiplayer. That's why all this is so
Yeah.
stupid. But of course on Reddit, there's no opinion that can be expressed. I'm not allowed to have that opinion. I have to have their opinion or not speak.
Exactly.
And what happened was now you're branded. They put a thing over your screen that says cheater, so you can't stream cheating. It's so stupid. The whole solution is so dumb. So if the game tanks, I'll just do that because I don't give a fuck. In other words, if they go under and they can't do it again, they better give us a single player patch. I'll tell you that.
Well, for the anti-cheater thing.
No, if they go under.
Oh.
If
Yeah,
this
I would
game
hope so.
dies, they better fucking give us a single player patch.
I would hope so. I mean, we all paid enough money for this shit.
Yeah, I'll be so pissed if they don't.
Because, I mean, ever since I played the demo with you, I've been hooked on this game, but then I heard about those initial release bugs where I was like, I'll hold off.
I have
give
to-
them my money.
I'll tell you honestly, hey American Sniper, honestly, playing the story content over and over and over with y'all for the month was
Yeah.
a lot more fun than playing the expeditions, in my opinion. Expeditions are not
Really?
particularly fun.
Really? Okay.
Yep, that's what I think. They're the place to get the
Wow.
drops. They're the only way to get the big drops. You get giant amounts of stuff, but they're not as fun. They can be, but they're not. Running through the content was fun, I thought.
Most games like this, I personally believe, are more fun if you play with a squad or something, like how you, me, and Jay, or whoever we're playing in
Yeah.
the demo. That's way more fun because, yeah, if you have 2 or 3 different classes, you can diversify and really fuck up the enemy. But if it's just yourself, it's kind of rinse and repeat in a little bit.
Well, and there's some mechanical failures, like everything is a bullet sponge, like crazy
Oh my god, don't tell me
in the
about
high
that. I
end.
just
It's
dealt with-
insane bullet sponginess. It's like lunacy, and that's what happens. Like that's what'll happen to me if I come and I help you at low level. It'll turn me into I'll do 4 damage. I'll do 10 damage, and you'll do 1,000.
Really?
shot.
It nerfs you that much?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just some flat percentage, like 90%, and it's just not. It's not.
What the?
It's not scaled right. Yeah,
That sucks. I'm
it's very
sorry.
annoying. I mean,
Damn.
whatever. It's fine.
What level are you currently?
Within a few levels, it's fine. Oh, I'm on CL15, and at the top end, you only care about your gear level, and I'm like 47 to 49. Almost all of it's 49. You're trying to get to 50, and all my
Oh,
gear
I
is
was about-
49.
All my gear level is level 9 right now.
Yeah, 41 to go.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you also
48.
figure I just started again tonight.
I don't want to sound like
Oh,
I'm
wow.
ragging on it. I feel like I'm just raining your parade. I'd say go
Oh, no, you're
get in there and have fun, and don't listen to me.
You've been,
I'm not
I
being
mean, you've
negative about
also
it.
you pre-ordered it, so I mean, it's not like you haven't had time to do all that anyway.
Yeah, the thing is,
so-
I'm aware of the problems and stuff, but I have not been a victim to them, which is cool. I do think
Well,
that
that's good.
it isn't as fun
How can I be of
at the
service?
high end as it was when we were repeating content. But having said that, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I don't like the game. Like other people are like, I'm sick of this. I'm not like the way. I'm just in love with Lord of the Rings right now. It's not that anything else.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been stuck on a Gran Turismo and Goat Simulator kick for the past like few times.
Oh my God.
Few days I've actually been able to play.
I forgot to tell you, there's a game you probably got to check out on Epic that's new. It's not, and it's free. It's not like a game. What it is, it's called Core. And it's like a game platform.
If I have it on, no, I can't get that on PlayStation.
Oh, fuck no. Assholes.
I've heard-
They're assholes about
Oh,
that.
I've heard about Core.
Yeah, it's fun.
I've seen a video or two about it. Like, it looks really good because you can build your own games and shit like that. And
Yeah.
play other people's games, from my understanding.
Yep.
Oh, it looks so good.
It's fun, and they're all super casual, which is good. And you get in there and like, you know, there's a farming game and there's a bunch of shooters if you want to do that, and it's like there's a survival game that I shouldn't like that much, but I do.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's done like an RTS. I can imagine how much fucking work that would be.
Core kind of reminds me of like a millennials version of Gary's mod.
It's a, well,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like, not many kids my age that I know of really know about Gary's mod unless they've been a PC nerd for years.
Yeah, the way everyone's saying it is, it's like Roblox for grown-ups.
Yeah.
Because Roblox
Yeah,
did
I
that.
can agree with
Roblox
that.
has the interface. You know, they did that. They made the same. It was cartoony, but that's what it was. It's the sandbox, whatever. And Epic has done core with you know, you combine all of their junk. You can't import your own models. You use their models for everything you do. I wish I had a reason to make a game.
You don't need a reason. Just get high and make one. Fuck it.
I can't think of a game to do.
I'm sure if me and you had enough safety meetings, we could come up with a stupid enough game that.
Aileen
you could
says
play
King
on
of the
stream.
Corgis. That's her contribution. King of the Corgis. game.
Tell Aileen, I agree 100%, and I would invest.
That sounds good. Oh, like, yeah. What about a cross between Pikmin and Corgis?
What
Where you
about
like send these Corgis over there, and you send those Corgis over here, and there's yellow Corgis and blue Corgis and brown Corgis.
instead of Age of Empires, Age of Corgis?
That would be good. A Diablo with Corgi as a class, where you run around killing
Yes.
like, yeah, that'd be great. Where you run around killing like mice and spiders, and like enemies try to pick you up, and you have to wiggle. You have to wiggle out of the enemy,
Uh-huh.
and he tries to
And you
grab
can
you.
get-
You're like, ah, no
And
cuddles.
you can get different costumes and shit. Oh my god, that would be adorable.
This is actually a great idea. I would play it.
Would you do
I would
something for
invest
me?
in it.
If it was like
I'm
Diablo,
not even-
I would definitely play it.
I'm not even a PC person, and I would invest in it.
Right?
I just also have a life goal of owning a corgi.
Oh, that's a good move. He says he has a life goal of owning a corgi. So there you go. You can have a corgi. That's achievable. It is.
I just don't live in a place where I could have one with my cats currently.
Yeah, exactly. That's always the rub. Assholes.
I mean, I love my cats to death, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I just can't have a corgi currently.
Sadie! Speaking of dogs, there's our puppy Sadie. Okay, Outlaw
Aw.
Popcorn. No luck, but we'll try the other PC. So neither one of the encoders worked. What is your bitrate set at? By the way, put the bitrate on 1500. And you never let me finish showing you the settings for Trovo. We're not finished.
I'm sorry if I derailed you from that.
No, it's fine. I was waiting for him to come back with me with a confirmation that he had tried it.
I don't have the stream up because it fucks up my Discord connectivity.
Put the bitrate on 1500 to start, just to start. Because that's low. It's fine. And then these two settings right here are really important. Psychovisual tuning and max B frames. Psychovisual tuning has to be turned off, unlike mine. And max B frames has to be set to 0, unlike mine. So turn those two things off. Oof. And it will be better.
Buy
Hold on.
the Hell's Rangers pack or whatever for Outriders too.
Don't even take them out of the vault. Don't even take them out of the vault once. Trust me.
Are they that bad?
Leave them. No. They duplicate themselves. Leave them in there. Don't take them out. You won't use them anyway. Oh my God, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I almost forgot.
I claimed them already. They're just sitting in my
Rate
stack.
control needs to be on CBR. Like, leave this
Since I
alone.
didn't
It
get-
should be on CBR.
Yeah, since I didn't get the pre-order, I just bought the Hell Rangers pack because it sounded like it would be good.
Oh, one day it will be. I mean, maybe we can level them up later or whatever. But for now, if you take them out of your
level
vault
10 items
and go back into your, if you take them out of your vault and you open it up again, they'll be in there again. And if you, it's just a nightmare. I've got 3 or 4 copies of all of them. Just do not bother. Just leave them there until you read patch notes that that's fixed.
I mean, I would use that to sell them for money. Shit, that's a glitch that I would exploit. Trick
You can't
people.
sell them. You can't destroy them. You can't sell them. The only way to get rid of them is to roll a new character, put them all on it, and delete the character. There's no other way to get rid of them.
Fuck it. Oh, damn.
Yeah, 1 second. So you don't see these two. So if you don't see those, that's fine. Are you on simple or on advanced? But you're on software, right? So that makes sense. So yeah, put this on 1500, leave this on CBR, put profile on main, I think. Let me check. Aha! Aha! I think I found it. Yeah. I found it. I found it. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for that URL. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Okay. I had to look up a URL. We're trying to get Outlaw Popcorn's thing set up, and it took me like 20 minutes to find the official Trovo support page. I don't know what is wrong with me.
You're fine. I was finishing up some Cheesecake Factory that I had from earlier.
I love being able to just vendor every single thing I get as I level up.
I will say it does seem like most of the stuff I have now isn't too far under the hell's whatever
Greetings.
items that they gave to me. So it might have been a waste of $7, but you live and you learn.
All of us were expecting cooler items. Like, they should have at least been legendary.
Right?
You know,
Or
like
at
basic
least, like,
legendaries.
or even the purples, like the rares.
Yeah. And what you'll learn is that upgrading them as you
They're all
go,
blues.
upgrading them as you go is too expensive. They have unique mods on them, which is cool, but they're not worth upgrading because you cannot afford to upgrade them. I tried to keep one upgrade, and it was like shit. It was insane.
How much was it? Because I'm currently sitting at like 27,000 for my scraps or whatever.
It stops costing to scrap. It starts costing like drop pod resources and titanium and shit like that. Like it gets seriously expensive.
Because I know I was maxed out from all the playthroughs we had on all the different classes and shit.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a real max. That was just an artificial one.
I know, but it was just the soft max because demo and all. What? Well, damn. Then, shit, I should have asked you about that before I bought it.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Thank you, all of you, for watching my Mystical Wonderland channel of Lord of the Rings and talking about Outriders. And I'm sorry I'm on mute half the time, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wondered why I didn't hear you for the past, like, 30 seconds, I'd say.
'Cause I'm on mute.
Yep. Because I'm on mute.
What'd you do, like, mute yourself on Discord, too?
No,
Or
that
did
time
you
I was just
do-
muted on the... I have a few different mute buttons, but the one I use the most is my Windows mute, which mutes the microphone into Windows, so every app stops hearing my voice. It's the
Gotcha.
best button I've got. Because I never have to worry about what is hearing. It's like, no, it's just muting the entire mic in the system.
Gotcha. It's just a hard mute no matter what you're trying to hear it through.
Yeah, it's built into the Stream Deck. It's a Windows mute. I love it.
It's not bad. I
Yeah.
mean, there's always times where you might need it for an unexpected cough or something.
It's the most
My
important I
Stream
have.
Deck
Every time I
rules.
cough, every time I sneeze, every time I vape, every time you find me muted, I muted for a reason. It's because I was going to make noise. Every time I eat anything,
Yeah.
I hit
Yeah,
that
I'm the
button
same way when it
800
comes to
times a
eating,
day.
for sure.
It's the reason I got the Stream Deck. It's a joke that I, for years, was on YouTube and was always, I had to have keyboard commands to do it. And it was always, I was always muting myself. I've done like whole episodes muted. It's like, oh God.
It's never good.
Embarrassing. Yeah. Just redo them, but it's still embarrassing.
Yeah, I could see that, especially when you're doing like your vape channel stuff and everything. Having to redo a video that you weren't expecting to do and you're already 10 minutes into it.
Yeah, they were all
Like,
live.
oh, I'm muted.
Like every single thing I did was live, and I would do an intro and cut away, and then for a few minutes I would tell everyone like, I'm not watching chat. Now it's time for the show. I'm going to do my thing, and I had, an outline. I would read it and I would do the builds and change the camera views and do everything. And if I was muted, I was fucked. I've done that whole thing before. I've done whole group reviews with me and my partner on the screen, where I forgot to click live or it didn't take or whatever, and people were in chat for a half an hour going, "What's up? When are we starting? Hi, bye, pipe." I used to have a lot of people in chat, like 120 sometimes, waiting for the show.
Insane.
And it was like, I was like, oh, sorry. And then we had to redo it. And I remember I got sick one time, nicotine sick, because we were doing a juice review and I had to do it twice.
Oh, and it was a higher nick level than what you're used to, I'm assuming.
Well, you just can't vape that much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do remember getting nick sick on like 3 milligrams if I hit it too hard off of my RDA.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it wasn't because I was vaping high nick. It was because I was vaping too much. We had to, because doing a vape review with juice, you have
Yeah.
to vape the juice, and so it was just too much, and it comes on fast. You go from feeling fine to being not to actually throwing up. Like I remember pressing the mute button and changing the camera view in OBS, and then turning to the trash can right here to my left, and just opening it and throwing up right in it. I was like, holy shit. And I went back to my partner and I was like, holy shit, I just threw up. And he was like, oh my God, so did I. It was awful. And then we came back and we told everyone, we're like, oh my God, we just got like Nick sick. Give us a second. We're going to start over. And then we just started over. And we told them, like, we're going to do a little vaping on this one. Just a little. And we said on the episode it's on there, I don't have these public anymore because the asshole was an asshole. And I took off all the episodes with him. But anyway, I have like 300 and something episodes, and there were like 50 with him I had to take off. Anyway, we said on the episode, like, you know, it says in the recording, like, yeah, we got sick and we're coming back and doing it again.
At least y'all were honest about it, though.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think I could hide that. I mean, I could have tried to hide it, but it looked like I felt like an idiot.
Right. Why are you so pale, Juicy? Oh, nothing.
Oh yeah. Oh, this juice is pretty good.
It's so good. It's changing.
It was actually really good juice too.
This.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I mean, that sucks, but you do what you got to do for the views, I guess.
Okay, what's the title of this? A Call to Dwarf. Yeah, there was a contest last week for retro games, and it's not really a contest. Anybody who streams 10 hours of any retro game, there's like some random lottery. They'll give us some money or something.
Oh,
But
shit.
it totally.
Doesn't sound too bad.
I played Planetfall on Monday, the whole text adventure all the way through, and it was fun. Because my favorite robot in the world's in that game, Floyd. And I went and did Titan Quest Tuesday, which was really fun. I love that game. It's Diablo in Greece, basically.
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
Oh yeah, it's great. And it's old, and you can cheat your teeth off. You know, just get through. It's just really fun. You just go to annihilate everything. It's really fun. And they have weird classes.
Is it just command prompt cheats like the olden days?
No, I mean I use the cheat happens stuff all the time.
Oh, okay.
And then our internet was down for a day. But then I played this game, and because I was like, they defined retro as 2010, and I was like, geez.
Well, yeah, it's crazy to think that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but it's not retro hardly. You know, old, yeah, but retro. So I mean, Call of Duty Modern Warfare was in 2009, wasn't it?
I don't remember what exact year, but I would call sadly, I would say PS2 is retro nowadays.
Maybe.
You know, like it's getting to that age. Yeah, there were still PS2 games coming out like around 2010 because Call of Duty World at War had a PS2 port. And I think that was the last PS2 port that Call of Duty made, but still, like, World at War was after Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
The PS2 is way fairer to call that retro because they fucking released the PS3 in 2006. You know, it's much more reasonable. This game came out in 2007, and still it doesn't feel that retro. When you say retro, I think PS1, I think Akalabeth, I think my Atari 2600 when I was a child. That's what I think.
The NES, the SNES, the Sega Genesis, your GameCube even could be counted as retro if you really want to. Like, those consoles, hell yeah, but PS3? No, that's just the generation before the PlayStation console that's still the more widely in use than the current one.
I mean, your local municipalities usually define antique cars as 25 years old. So there's no reason why games, may turn antique faster, but come on, 15 years, probably. Especially newer games, they're going to age better. Games today are going to age better than games from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Although this game is great.
Well, it's just because of the graphical enhancements over the years. Like, you figure, yeah, back in the day, the original Tomb Raider and shit, it was blocky, but it was still a great game.
Yeah, but it's not that
Whereas-
playable now.
Shit, I would still play it if I had access to it.
I mean, I have, and I don't. I mean, it's. I mean, I'm somebody who was there and who did to this, like, played Tomb Raider, like, all night long for weeks and weeks and weeks, and like, I definitely would not, because it looks really shitty, and there's just no reason to. It's like I've already pushed all those blocks, and I've already been frustrated with all that stuff, and I just, so for me, it's no. I don't see. For me, it's not charming. It's not charming. It's annoying.
I mean, I would still play GoldenEye.
That's a great game. About 20 years ago, I did actually buy another N64 and play GoldenEye again, but the game was only 5 years old then, which is funny. Wasn't even that old yet.
I still think that GoldenEye is one of the best games ever released.
It is
Personally.
good. Yeah, it's really good.
Granted, I didn't grow up playing all those when they were first released, but I've been able to play them and have an appreciation for all those older console games. And it's just,
It was good at the
GoldenEye
time,
is one of
too.
my favorites.
It was totally good at the time. Hey, Marto B, how are you? Hey, Bowie Audio. Oh, there's Bowie Audio. How are you? Nice to see you. They may just be refreshing.
GoldenEye is like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. It's just one of those titles that will live in infamy.
That's funny you say that, too, because GTA San Andreas, almost all the GTAs qualify as retro, too, for Trovo's purposes. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, I could definitely. Well, you figured the current Grand Theft Auto came out in 2013. It's a 8-year-old game now.
Yeah, okay, and it still runs like shit. And it's funny, too, because I tried to run a bunch of games that were
GTA
made
4
in 2009, and I was very surprised that older games run better than games from 2009. There was a period in the middle there where there are a lot of PC games that are ports or that are just badly made that have funny relationships with resolutions, funny relationships with screen windowing and shit like that, weird mouse
Funny you
problems.
mentioned that because Grand Theft Auto 4.
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto 4.
There are all those games in that, like,
Infamous.
2008 to 2000, probably 13. I didn't look past 10, but there's probably a little period there where we can mark out where they didn't really make, the engines were not doing good, they weren't friendly. They didn't change resolutions. And here's what I credit the iPhone for changing how games are programmed, all of them, even PC games, because the iPhone was the first time, and not just the iPhone, but Android phones too, was the first time when we had this market segmentation. They had millions of different sizes, and they really had to change the clients. Instead of writing different clients for every single thing, they had to change the clients so they could dynamically move the screen better. And this happened in programming, and nowadays you don't even think about it. Like, you don't give a shit that your S9 is 100 pixels shorter than your S8, and your S20 is 8 pixels wider and 100 pixels taller. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anymore.
I care more about the actual quality of the panel. And
aspect ratios matter, and the quality of the panel.
A little bit, I care about the PPI just because of, depending on what screen I'm buying, or what phone I'm buying, and what size screen it has.
Well, PPI is key.
The actual
what people don't care about
panel
is
it has, whether
how many
it's a
pixels.
Samsung or an LG. Yeah.
I mean, you fit into a
Also-
category of the 1080s, the 1440s, or the 4Ks. Even on your phone, it's about the same. But nobody cares about
my phone
exactly
is-
how many. They don't give a shit on their phone.
For sure.
And the programmers have
you're a
really
nerd.
changed. And
Unless
most
you're a
PC
nerd,
games,
nobody will care.
yeah, most PC games are getting smart about this. But here's the next frontier, and that is ultra widescreen support for these games. Many advanced PC games still don't work well at all in ultra widescreen. So, but they all the new games do. So this is going to be another one of those bright lines where we go through and go, oh look, it's got the box. They didn't get it.
Right.
Oh my
You're
God.
gonna have
I forgot to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go into your settings and turn off camera shake. You have to turn it off.
I turned off motion blur.
Okay, good. In the same list now, camera shake is in there, and you can choose a slider, put it on 100. Think of it inversely. It's not how much camera shake, it's how much smashing of camera shake do you want? 100.
Well, I saw it, what it described on like the main gameplay settings. It was you increase the slider to increase the smoothness so it doesn't shake as much.
Right.
And then
So it's not a slider showing how much shake. It's showing how much they smash your shaking. So crank it up to the very top to 100. That's the takeaway. Go to 100.
Yeah.
Hey, Winter Vixen. Hey, 1 second. I have to talk.
Oh, sorry.
Winter Vixen, thank you. What are you doing? How are you doing on your hours? It's a raid. Hey, Outlaw Popcorn. It's time for hype.
Oh, I don't have the hype train audio on. There it is. There it is. Hey, Rollins. Hey, Outlaw Popcorn. Hey, Winter Vixen. Hey, Mardo. Everybody. Mad love. Thank you. Hype. Hype. Thank you. What are you doing?
What's up? Whoa, it's going again. Why didn't it work? What happened to the bot? Okay, hold on. Stay Fresh has identified a problem. 2 minutes ago, that was working. Because you know I'm going to be upset if my bot doesn't work. How was your stream today? How are you doing in your hours, Winter Vixen? I want to help get you up to... There it is. Yeah, Botrix is working.
What the hell?
Oh, what? So what the? Stay Fresh isn't good enough? You guys can use the stay command. You should be able to. That's mean. How was your stream? How did it go? Oh, almost. You have to say.
Shout out all Raiders. Shout out all Raiders.
Oh, you got it. You won. Yeah. We're just chatting about nerd stuff and playing Lord of the Rings. That's all I'm up to. I'm hoping everything went great for you today. Trovo went down 3 or 4 times for you today. It was so weird. Yeah, I know. I'm just waiting for them to respond if they're going to. They may speak. Many times when you raid, you get super tired and you just go home. And that's a perfectly fine thing to do. Absolutely. Yeah, I think they must have gone to bed, which is fine. Thanks to everybody who came in with the raid. I love all of you. Thank you.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah, I have a button for that too. I got a button. I got a button for everything.
Alright, now I'll change my setting for the cinematic camera smoothing all the way up. Yes, because I hated that camera shake and the motion blur.
And it's weird that they chose to phrase it that way too.
It is.
They should have just labeled it camera shake and left it at 100. And then if they want you to lower it, I would put it on 0. That's what I would do. But what are they? They're from fucking Europe. So that's what they did.
Right.
They're like, we have to put an inverse control in. And we have to describe it as the inverse.
Well, I'm just happy they finally gave me the option to turn off motion blur instead of just having my brightness in my display settings.
Oh, and the other thing is that it doesn't eliminate it, but it does mostly. But you can tell it's working hard to get rid of it. It's like, whoa, what they must have just put some math on it. It just put some math on that camera to just
You know they
Let's
did.
play the algorithm, brother.
Yeah, because the only other way to do it would be to go back and recompile every single scene, you know. And it's like they probably didn't want to do that. They're probably like, no, I ain't doing that.
Wouldn't they have to recode that at that point if they really wanted to implement the pure smoothing?
Yeah, the real solution would be to go through each animation and then redo them, and that would just take a lot more than a month, I think. I think they spent their time getting this. You know, it works great, but it's funny. It's funny how they handled it. We're just like, that's not what I expected. I didn't expect a slider saying how much bitch slap do you want me to put on this. You know, like you can leave a little. Like no. I do appreciate what they did though.
God.
It's funny.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It is. I don't think anyone expected what they did. It's like, oh wow.
Do you want to know what makes it even funnier about the way you say it is because you understand that shit way too much for anybody.
Oh yeah, how the control works, like how the actual the programming works. It's like I know there's only a few ways to do this. It's like exactly how I knew that the director was the guy on the day of release who was hitting his head on his desk, and all his friends came in going, ha 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 ha, you make camera decisions. And then maybe he went into his boss's office and said, I fucking told you. Maybe the conversation in the office was, he told us. The director said 1,000 times, but you, Mr. I own the company, you overrode him. You let camera shake. Look at these emails. Why don't you read all these? No, read them all, one at a time.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. It's pretty sad.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. I'm just glad I'm able to travel to the new world now, finally, without it crashing my game.
I mean, you're stoked. There's like new environments and new stuff. I mean, it's good. I like all the action. And the story is it's a shocking indictment of humans. It's horrifying. Horrifying. You'll see, my friend.
I mean, I kind of got the understanding from the demo, like, humans done fucked up this planet, so...
Yeah. Long story short.
Let's just see how fucked up they made it.
Spoiler alert. Hey, Wrath PD, how are you? Nice to see you.
Spoiler alert, they done diddly fucked up.
Yeah, they did. Mega fuck. Have you ever read Fiasco by Northᓚᘏᗢ?
No, I have not.
It is the ultimate first contact novel. And there have been a lot of those. But Northᓚᘏᗢ did not believe in Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't believe that everything was going to be great. He didn't believe that. And he openly mocked or criticized his contemporaries as being like, y'all are out of your minds with this optimistic shit. It's not how humans work. It's not how people are. None of this. Never going to happen. Not a thing. And the way he wrote, he would write books that, would show things that might really happen. And he didn't write a ton of books about this. He just did one. It was called Fiasco, and that settled it.
That's a hell of a way to live.
Well, it was just his opinion. He just thought they were.
Yeah.
He just thought they were mindless idealists who didn't think about anything realistic and didn't ever consider actual humans and the way actual humans work. Which he wasn't wrong. He wasn't right or wrong, and definitely Gene Roddenberry was wrong, though. Star Trek is not possible. That's not an ideal society. A society with no conflict between people, is that ideal? None? Like, that's bizarre. Makes no sense.
I mean, that's bold dreaming, in my opinion. But
I don't think it's a desirable dream. To me, it looks like a nightmare of not being able to get anything you want, even when you can, and there's no reason not to. And ennui, and they have no I don't know. It's not a fully realized utopia. I'll put it that way. And utopias are. Utopian thinking has been famously criticized for 150, 250 years, longer than that, from having giant gaps in the thinking. There are ways to engineer good societies, and they are not utopian. There are always problems that real humans create that are not avoidable. Because two people will never, there are always going to be two people who disagree, no matter what. And, you know, when they show conflict in Star Trek, it's always racial. And I don't mean that as far as racist. I mean, it's always between the races. The conflict they show within the Federation is always nebulous and weird, and or some thing where they've been infiltrated, or maybe, you know, there's one rogue guy, and it's just not realistic. It's better to have a society that's organized so you can't cheat than to have a good faith society where nobody, you know, not supposed to cheat.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that, you know, you have a police state. It just means that you can organize things so the rules say that doing nothing, in other words, you can make rules that say doing nothing is as bad as doing something bad. And that's really the way to start thinking of that. You have a duty to do something positive.
Well, if you're not stopping the evil, then you're technically contributing to it.
Right. And so, like, in almost every place in America, you have a duty to intercede if somebody is in danger, you know, if their life is in danger. And you should always do that. And in fact, you are legally, in many places, you are legally immune from prosecutions about the consequences of those actions if you try to help somebody who is in mortal danger,
like
who's definitely going to die.
First Responder Act or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And that applies to everybody, but it's like if you're trying to administer CPR and they die anyway, they can't sue you.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, like that law or whatever it's called, something like that. I know of it just from when I had my search on CPR and first aid and whatnot.
Did you have to get certified for CPR? I've done that.
Well, I did it through Boy Scouts, so it was just
nice. Very nice.
We were already doing it. Might as well.
My brother Goateed here was an Eagle Scout. He actually wasn't an Eagle Scout. He was a Weebelo, and he did not go to the arrow ceremony because the Boy Scouts are homophobic as fuck.
I was a Boy Scout.
He did not feel comfortable.
But I didn't end up finishing my Eagle.
Yeah, he did it all. It was insane. Insane. He was scheduled to go get the golden arrow. And he said, fuck y'all. That must have been an extremely hard thing for him because he loved the Weebelos. Loved.
Yeah.
You don't do all that shit if you don't love it. And I believe in the Scouts message. Be prepared? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Gen X, man.
Well, I think I still have standing Pinewood Derby records from when I was a Boy Scout in New Jersey.
The Boy Scouts need to. I used to work for the Boy Scouts freelance slightly, just for a couple of years. I would go in every week or two and just help them do layouts for their little mailers and stuff. When I lived in Dallas in the 90s, that was cool. And the problem with that organization is their fucking homophobia. They need to fucking clean house. And then allow the Girl Scouts to merge. Stop being fucking 19th century dumbasses. None of that shit matters. Separating boys and girls doesn't matter. It's fucking stupid. It's crazy to me, the arguments against these things. They make no sense intellectually. They're just fear arguments based on like weird, like, sexism, oh my God, but we'll lose something that I can't even describe to you. You know, something that doesn't exist. That I don't even give a shit about unless it's time to like talk on Reddit. It's just, I'm just people.
I got a new skill.
I'm stoked for you getting through the full game because you get to see the whole thing. So leveling up, probably the top talent tree thing is probably your one, the red tree, the damage tree. Because you really don't get equipment that makes good use of the stuff on the bottom until you're at the end game. That's another thing I've kind of learned. Like leveling up, I was all top tree, and then I switched entirely and went with the bottom one, and I'm a completely different character now. But it's because of the gear and the set requirements and this, you know, it's like I got on Reddit and started looking around, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to try this direction. And I got 2 out of 3 pieces of a set drop, and I got the most important one when I did, and so that was important, and now I have 3 of 3.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, I can't be killed basically. I mean, I can, but it's not easy.
I mean, I'm sure if you play at the highest tier, like world tier level, you might be able to get killed.
Not unless everyone else is dead. And even then, not really. The thing is, I can't kill anything. So unless I'm crowd controlled, they can't kill me. Because my mods are set up in a way where when I hit earthquake or when I shoot or do anything, if I hit my shotgun or earthquake, any damage on anything makes them bleed, including earthquake. And earthquake has the extended range, so it's you would not believe how far it is. You'll go, what? When you see how far it goes. And it hits everything.
Radius on it?
The length. It isn't a circle. It's a line in front of me, but it's extremely long. It's almost as long as shooting.
What, for your Devastator?
No, for the earthquake. Just the earthquake.
No,
it's so long.
No, I'm saying the class.
Oh, yeah.
You're using for that. Okay.
Yeah. And so everything I do makes them bleed. And that move right there included. And the bleeds are bad, and they don't do a lot of damage, but every bleed heals me. And it's not like your skills. All the other classes have skills where mostly they have to die. But like maybe the trickster is the one with leech. One of them has leech, and so if you're shooting at them, you get health back if you hit them. But mine is passive. I shoot some things and I can do anything the fuck I want. I just heal. And then I have to keep shooting and keep healing. And so I can shoot a bunch of stuff, and then they can crowd control me for 10 seconds. And then I will live through it. The healing thing will keep going. And then as long as I shoot or earthquake as soon as I come back, or if I hit my little jump thing, that also does the ticket, it all heals me or gives me a bleed. So that synergy is amazing. Amazing. And the other thing is that the boots I'm wearing give me a third earthquake. So my earthquake, I can hit it, and then there's a tier 2 mod that gives you a second earthquake. Well, my boots have another one that's a third earthquake. And that is 60% of my damage right there, 50% of my damage, earthquake.
That is wild.
Yeah, it's amazing. I need a 4th and 5th immediately. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, the playstyle is just as fun as it was.
All this new area that I'm actually able to go through is pretty dope. Having to search the city for Zakidi or whatever their name is.
Yeah. It's so cool.
Like I'm loving this actual progression.
Yeah, I'm stoked for your experience of seeing it again for the first time. Because yeah, it's all new. And I like the progression through it. I think it's cool.
The graphics, it seems like they cleaned up the graphics a little bit from when we were playing the demo.
It should work a lot better.
I mean, the sign-in was a little bit smoother. It was a little bit quicker. The load times, I'd say maybe about 10 seconds quicker, not necessarily by much.
They've had some merciless problems in patching. Probably 2 patches since launch.
Yeah.
Trying to get that stability on.
I'd be interested to see how it would be with our crossplay. If it's improved the load times or anything like that, and
I haven't had any problems at all with PC players.
Well, I'm saying since I'm PlayStation, that
Yeah.
would be interesting to see posts like.
I'm scared to, because crossplay is where the problems are.
Really, that's where all the deletion and everything comes from.
Maybe. And there's bad rubber banding every time I play with the console player. So far.
I don't think me and you had any rubber banding when.
No, it was great during the demo. That's the thing.
Because
it was astonishing.
You could be halfway across the map, and I'd be trailing behind trying to collect stuff that you were pointing out to me, and it was fine.
Yep. No, there's no problem in the demo.
That's wild that the rubber banding issue is even there because it wasn't there in the demo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
That's
probably
stupid.
because they went from, you know, 500,000 people or 250,000 people using the game, and they were like, okay, all right, and then maybe, you know, 1 million, I don't know, and they went from, or a quarter, then they went from there to 2 million, and they were
So
actually,
it's just,
they were quite specific about what it was. They said that we were using a tool, and that tool was using a piece of software that was a stack of a certain kind, and it could not, we didn't have transparency into that until we had a problem, and now we see that tool they were using to do this, you know, it's not, it buckled under this load in a certain way, and they described it. I love those technical details that they did that, because it's funny, it confirmed exactly what I had said. I was like, this is a case where they tested, and then they scaled and tested, then they scaled and tested, then they scaled and tested, then they did the demo, and the demo was huge, and it looked good, and so they just crossed their fingers, and then it tanked, and then the analysis looked bad. It's like, oh god.
well, I still remember how many connectivity issues we were having just trying to connect to the server on the demo sometimes. You know?
Right. Yeah, that got, and then, but eventually that kind of got fine, didn't it? Am I remembering that right? Didn't it get good?
I
Did we
think
always have
so.
problems?
Uh,
We had problems. We didn't have problems when we were in the groups. It was getting together, wasn't it? Didn't we have to try 1,000 times? Or did we have drop-in
that
problems?
or I know when at first, like when we initially all got the demo and everything, we were running into just trying to sign in issues because the servers, I don't think were ready for it yet.
Right.
But after the first like 2 or 3 days that we all played together, it didn't seem like we had.
Yeah, it feels like the demo.
Issues on connecting.
Yeah, because we had to wait. Like I remember that day we farmed. I was like, we were, you know, I had the postulate. Like I wonder if they sync our clients based on the latency of the slowest person, and that's confirmed. They do now. And it's because when I play with PC people playing on an NVMe drive, it's just like mine. It's like blam, you're in.
Yeah.
Which is fine. But I don't remember having like serious problems. And I tell you what, we didn't have the problems that people are having in the last month. I know we didn't have those problems because like
Exactly.
2 times in one day, the last time I played, another reason I'm kind of sour, I finished an entire expedition with a random group of PC players. It was going fine. At the very end, it kicked me right before the loot. No credit, no loot, no nothing. And it's a known bug. And I was like, holy shit. Oh, that made me mad.
That is fuck. I mean, I still remember when, like, the first day or two that we were playing the demo and we went to go to the new city with Yakub or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
And my
Oh,
game
yeah.
crashed, like,
Yeah, you can't talk to him.
that. But now it's like, my game's been running smoothly. So,
Yeah.
who knows? I guess maybe for consoles they got some shit good, but who knows?
They've had to make
I'll
a
have to-
bunch of changes and patches. I know there was 2. They've been working really hard. I hope it doesn't squash the game. I mean, they're getting such shit press, but people put too much expectation on them, and so they weren't free just to make a mistake like anybody could have. And then people
Right.
have 20/20 hindsight. Like you hear people say, "Why can't you just?" It's like, dude, the answer is go to work somewhere one day, you know, for a year at a software company, any job, and watch the process, and you'll see why can't you just. Maybe it's because the
Like
fucking
you-
CEO got a divorce this year. Yeah, who knows? Like it could be
Like,
anything.
you go try and make these games.
Yeah, just make it. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna open and save as? What are you gonna steal off Google? People have no idea what creating is. Oh, the playlist is on the one I don't like. Yeah, I haven't seen Kilophonic today. How many hours have I been live? 14 hours and 4 minutes.
Damn, dude.
And it's 10, and I'm not dead yet. And there are 24 wonderful, lovely, I love you people in my chat. So I'm just going to stay.
Hell yeah.
Me asking what time it is means I'm probably an hour, hour and a half away from falling down, face down, collapsed. You know what I mean? Kind of like the fumes are starting.
Mm-hmm.
This is my fumes. Lol. I'm like a
when
modern battery. Like I'm going 1,000 miles an hour until it's over, and then it's over, and I'm 100% dead.
You're running at 4.2 until you reach that 3.8.
That's right. I'm at 3.6 when I end. That's how hardcore I drain my batteries.
Damn.
It's that
But
hardcore.
I mean, hey, it'd be like that sometimes.
I got some 4.2s in this thing right now. I had to change my batteries. Of course, it's a regulated mod, so haha.
Thanks, MOSFET and circuit protection.
I know. It's fantastic. This one has everything, too. This one has a Bluetooth locator. This one has... What? Yep. This one has...
What mod is it?
It's the V1B3. Greatest mod I've ever owned. I'm never buying another one. It's the lightest 21700 mod. It uses 21700s, which are superior to bullshit 18650s that people don't question because they're just told something and think it's the way things should be.
You've convinced me on the 217s being better than the 18650s, but
They're genius.
I just don't use an actual mod now. I use a little mouth to lung sort of pod system.
Oh yeah, totally. Those are great. That's the other great technological innovation is nicotine salts, and the pod kit's getting so much better. Like you can confidently give someone a high nicotine salt and a pod kit and say, every time you want to smoke, go to the bathroom and vape on this until you feel sick.
And then also
and then come
tell
out.
yourself, I'll smoke a cigarette tomorrow.
Yeah.
And keep repeating that to yourself every time you want a cigarette and hit your e-cig, and lo and behold, you'll be off it.
Yeah, you have to have a mindset. The mindset has to be you're not trying to never smoke another cigarette. You're trying to not be a smoker. And once you make that leap, all that pressure is off. And it's easier. And the other advice I always have is acknowledge those cravings. Don't let yourself get to the point where you're ratty and nasty and irritable or whatever. Learn to recognize and go, I need to smoke. Fuck. And then go to the bathroom, hit your vape, blow it into the air conditioner intake, which is always in a bathroom. There's always an air conditioner intake in every office bathroom because no one wants to smell your shit. Take a little vape, hold it for a second, blow it into the thing, do another one, and you're done. And then you'll go back to work and you'll be like, oh my God, why did I ever take 20-minute cigarette breaks? Why did I ever fuck around like that ever before? You'll find yourself going out and reading. Like, I'm going to go have a vape. And you don't need to. But you get to have your breaks because you're a quitting smoker. But you get to have a break and you don't have to smoke. You get to vape if you want. You don't have to, and half the time you won't need to. Quitting smoking is great.
My boss at the kitchen, he's like, because I asked him, I was like, since I'm not smoking, if I want my nicotine, do you mind if I just hit my e-cig? He's like, because we serve food, legally I can't let you, but if you want to go out, like, just pop outside for a minute or whatever, rip your e-cig as much as you need, and then come back in, go for it.
Yeah, it's a kitchen. They're used to people going, I need a cigarette break. You know how nice that was for him to hear that from you? He was like, fuck, yes, of course. Jesus Christ, you're asking me to take a fucking 50th of the break everyone else wants. Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Yes.
I mean, granted, I'm just a dishwasher, but still, I mean,
just a dishwasher. What happens when no one washes the dishes again? Have you ever known a cook? They don't wash any fucking dishes ever.
My roommate's a chef, and he actually defies that because he does.
That's rare.
Dishes.
That's rare. Maybe it's a Gen X thing. It might be a Gen X thing or a boomer thing of the romance of the chef. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe millennials and Z are nicer people. But they never do.
They watch too much Marco Pierre White. And
yeah,
all that.
maybe. It's like part of the. We're all into the romance of everything, you know. That's really funny. Yeah, that's cool that your boss is cool like that. Fuck yes. Yeah, of course he is. Like, There's no way. They're like, hell
Yeah,
yes,
he-
that's awesome, man. Because he knows damn good and well you're going to go out and take a few puffs and pop back in. It's not going to be 10 minutes. He's not going to be going, where the fuck is he? He's not going to be doing
Yeah.
it. And in a pinch, you could do it in the bathroom while you're changing the trash or whatever. It's just not a big
That's-
deal.
Well, if it comes down to it, because of how hot it is, and my body's not used to being in hot environments anymore since I've been sitting in my house for the past year or so, other than the here and there where I'd actually
In
go
my house
outside
for
and
a
work.
year.
More or less, yeah. But
We broke the seal.
Like,
There's Stay Fresh.
just-
He's perfectly fresh. Sorry, I had to.
but yeah, I would just go to the bathroom if I have to use it, rip my e-cig a good handful of times, and then just go back to the kitchen.
Always. I do that at every office all the time. And, you know, it's like, it's totally the right thing to do.
Because I usually use a lower nick when I'm at home as compared to work, because at home I can just hit it
You vape
whenever I
less.
want.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas at work, I have my 50% or 5%, whatever you want to call it, nick salt. So I hit it a few times, maybe 3, 4. Will I cough? Probably. Am I going to be good for the next hour or two? More than likely. So I don't have to worry about going back to the bathroom. I can just keep working. And I love it. It just sucks I can't hit it while I'm doing my thing because we serve food, so.
I confess I had a pizza job a couple of years ago and I did vape in the kitchen.
I mean, I can't deny.
But I was right next to the
definitely-
window and I vaped right out the window. And I was sitting right next to a 700 degree pizza oven. And I didn't do it with cooked pizza out. You know what I'm saying? It was before, yeah, anything that goes in the oven kills
Yeah.
anything. It's all dead.
Right.
There's nothing that survives that can hurt you.
See, luckily I'm just at the sink or the dishwasher, so with my little pod thing, it's not putting out much vapor even if I do a big old rip off it. It's
I
gonna
love how-
hurt. It's gonna
yeah.
it's gonna hurt me before it really lets out like any sort of huge cloud.
You gotta love how the little pods work. So great.
I love them, but the ones with the built-in coils, I don't hate how it's like the old smoke or smog, however the hell you say it. The original Novo coils, how the QC was so bad on
Yeah,
them.
totally
Almost
true.
Every other one would burn out. That's
Or
still my
leak.
worry
Ugh.
with it.
Mouth
God,
full of
yeah.
juice is my worst
Uh-huh.
thing I say. And then obviously, like you're saying, them burning out after one day. You're like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 hits?
It's
You're
like-
oh god.
You could even have half your mouth open to increase the airflow, so you're not putting as much strain on the coil, but still it'll burn out after a day.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's kept me off cigarettes, so I can't complain.
Oh yeah. It's so good.
I've dealt with dry hits enough from
Ugh.
building my own coils and stuff back in the day to where the burnt taste of this doesn't bother me. It's nothing like hitting a fat rip of your 0.3 RDA
It can't be. Yeah, it
on
can't
a
be like
hundred
that.
on a 100 watts, dry as hell. It,
Oh,
it
yeah.
won't hurt. It won't touch that.
I wish I could make a supercut of the thousands of hours of YouTube I have of the dry hits. I should have kept better notes.
I know on your
'Cause there are
live,
dry hits.
I know I've definitely witnessed a few of your dry hits on your like live early morning like your wake and vape show or whatever you
Yeah,
used to
vape
call it.
AM.
Yeah, that's what actually got me into your channel, believe it or not. But
Oh, nice.
yeah.
I
know
still
I
missed
witnessed a
that
few-
show.
But I mean, I get it. You're into gaming more than you are vaping, so I don't blame you for letting the vaping side of your channel die.
Oh yeah, just the constant abuse is too much. Too much.
But I mean, hey, if you have more fun doing shit with your
I get really
gaming side
tired
it,
of like having
why
no
not?
influence over the industry, even though I do. You know, like I have influence. I'm helping these people with their marketing, but I'm just despondent about how in America you know, it's hopeless. They basically make it illegal. And then if you're talking about vaping, you know, because of the way it's been criminalized and controlled by the tobacco companies, all of the social media treat you like a criminal. They treat me like I'm talking about nuclear weapons or child porn, dude. That's exactly how they treat you. And it's like, oh my God. And so I
remember
can't
seeing
handle it.
Grim Green's battle about it, and like,
Oh yeah.
a lot of his Instagram posts and all that
It's the
were
same.
getting like destroyed, and the reach was extremely limited because it was it was vaping.
Yeah, me
You know,
too.
it's
I had
stupid
a,
with the
my Instagram is much bigger than his at one point. I got in before the thing. He grew way faster
Yeah.
than I did. But I was in before, you know, grandfathered into the old way, the way the feed worked. And I hate the way the new feed works. It's just Facebook selling it. It was so much better before Facebook bought them. It's such bullshit.
I agree. Even just as a regular user to Instagram, I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah. I'm drawing upon an Elfstone's power.
Thanks, Fuckerberg.
Yeah, they should never have allowed that. That was fucking bullshit. I'm trying to find this orc. Where the hell is he? I wish they would just line up to die. Like, oh, we're right here now. We're ready. My screen just dimmed like crazy. This game.
Gotta love it.
Goes out my character scared.
Oh, that's never good.
Every time there are these branches that you can harvest around this game everywhere, and every time I see this, I think ass branches. It's ash branches, but I've seen this about 850,000 times, and I think ass branches every time. Ass branches. Hey, Faro, how are you?
Ass
Yeah, I'm still going.
Sounds
How did
like
your
a
day go,
medical
Fair TV?
condition.
Tell me it was good.
Oh my lord. Ass branches sounds like a very fucked up medical condition.
Ass branches. I'm having this problem, doctor. Oh, son,
I've got some
Ass
wood growing
branches.
For you. Oh my lord, that's great.
What did you say, doctor? What's wrong with my bottom?
You have ass branches. Ass branches.
Those voice
Clip
changes
that.
made it. I wish I was. Oh, let me load up Trovo, see if I can clip it.
I never had my own window up, only everyone else's in the world. Is everybody going to bed? Is that what's going on?
I don't know.
Hey, Outlaw Popcorn, did you see that link that I put in the chat that was to the Trovo support page for how exactly to configure your computer for OBS, by the way? I'll put it in there again if you didn't see it. Okay, good. All right. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was able to clip it. Dope.
No way, that's nice. I need to start clipping the impromptu songs Your mind is not. Yeah, no big deal.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I don't do that enough. But doctor. But doctor.
Well, I published the clip, so it should be on your channel.
Ooh, thank you. I wonder if that. Oh, I used a naughty word, so that won't qualify for clip of the week, will it? There's a contest for clip of the week. I need to start doing that more. I'll try to be funnier, y'all.
Well, I didn't put like a dirty word in the title. I did AZZ. So
Ass branches. Good idea. Smart man. I'm going to pretend like that's what I said. Ass branches.
Ass branches.
Ass branches.
As branches.
I was very careful to pronounce the S and ass branch, not ash. Ass branches.
If anybody asks from corporate Trovo or like
as.
to inquire more, it's the Pacific Northwest pronunciation.
It's our
of
way.
it.
Yeah, like we say soda. You want a soda? Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
you want a soda?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It's your regional dialect. How dare they
Yeah.
say something against it?
Although the regional dialect here, quite honestly, is no accent bordering on Norwegian. You know what I mean? There is none. You know, being from Texas, you notice those things. As soon as I come up here, people are like, "Oh, you're from the South." I was like,
Well,
"Not really."
well, just living in the South, I can hear the slight twang in your voice.
It's worse than it used to be. Funny. But when I came to Seattle originally, it really wasn't that bad. And many people would say like, "Oh, you're from Dallas. You don't have an accent." And I would say, "Oh, are you from Seattle?" And they'd say, "Yeah." I'm like, "You don't look grunge."
Oh my god.
That's the exact same thought process. It's like,
That is
like what?
fucking hilarious.
Like I was born in a city. I went to college. I was raised by an intellectual. I read Hitchhiker's Guide. Yeah, if you pour liquor into me, I start sounding like a yokel. Something fierce, like seriously. But that's
Well,
what it
I
takes.
done diddly told you how to go down
Yeah.
yonder to that there general store. I'll tell you what.
That's right. That dog won't hunt. Y'all all line up on over here. We're from Dallas. In Dallas, we talk real fast. Everyone talks like H. Ross Perot. Now listen, I'm going to tell you two things. One, I don't like you, but this is a good deal. So we're going to do this deal.
I mean,
Let's shake on it.
if you don't sound like you about to auction off a '69 Dodge Challenger and all that, I don't know what are you talking about.
They talk differently. That's how Dallasites talk. In Houston, they talk differently. In Houston, they talk like this. It's weird. It takes me a second. Now, I don't know why you would want to do anything that nasty. That is how they talk in Houston. It's weird. Now, I don't know
You're
why.
not wrong. You're not wrong.
Oh, I know. I spent my whole life there
God.
for 25 years. I know all about Dallas and Texas. And in everywhere else in the state, they sound like every single other hick in every other state, except the Texans talk with Texans talk with a lot of German sounds, so there's clipped sounds. Like my dad used to say when he saw a fat person, he'd go like, "He's a great big man." You know, he would just go, "Big man." He just blurted stuff out like blah 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 blah. Like didn't want to move his mouth a lot. I was always like, "Move your fucking mouth. Say a word." You know, like
When
they
I
can't
was
pronounce
in
words because they don't
Austin-
want to move their mouths. How do they
The
sound in
few times
Austin?
I've
They
been
sound
in Austin
yeah, they
for
sound like
the
normal
Austin City Limits music festival. I swear I was talking to Hank Hill half the time.
The Austin City Limits is the greatest thing ever. That's one of the greatest treasures in America, I think. Fucking love
It was a
Austin
fun-
City Limits.
It was a fun time.
It's like the Southern
Had-
Grand Ole Opry.
I had some of the best brisket in my entire life.
Oh, fuck yes,
I will-
dude. Texas
I will
barbecue,
say
are you
for-
kidding? Oh,
I mean, I'm in Carolina, so I'm in a rival state.
oh, see,
But
that's beautiful,
Texas
though.
brisket is bar none. Texas brisket is bar none.
I like
There's
Texas
nothing
brisket
can
the
beat
best.
it, hands down. Nothing can beat it.
Is North
And that's
Carolina
coming
the
from someone
vinegar
who-
one?
Vinegar. Well, Eastern Carolina is vinegar, if I remember correctly, and Western Carolina is the tomato-based sauce.
Oh, I don't love those. That's really what bothers me. The meat's always cooked great. No
We have-
complaints.
We have two sauces in Carolina. It's either tomato-based or vinegar based.
Might you
Yeah.
spend a
That's
moment
Carolina
of your time?
barbecue.
I don't want to be unkind, but that's bullshit. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
That's my
I mean,
barbecue
shit,
talking.
I wasn't even born here, but for fuck's sake, I mean, the only two barbecue I really recognize is Texas and Carolina. Otherwise, it ain't really barbecue to me.
They're like, but yeah, I'll tell you what's strange though. Of course, almost everywhere in the U.S. has good barbecue, but in Washington State, they're not really into barbecue, and it is bizarre to me.
You would think they like smoking something that they wouldn't mind smoking their own meats too.
Unbelievable. Yep. And you know, in Texas, it was just absolutely everywhere. Obviously.
I mean, it's a way of life down there because of all the fucking cow, like farms and all
yeah.
that.
Cattle is a huge thing in Texas. Or it was. Not so much anymore, but it definitely
I
was.
will say, I have seen a Texas Longhorn, and it did scare the shit out of me.
Yeah, they're big.
My
I've been
buddy
around a lot
has
of
a
cows.
farm. My buddy has a farm down in Arlington, and he has some Longhorns and shit. We went in there to feed them, and one of them challenged me, and I just ran the fuck out of there like a little bitch.
Oh well, that's what anyone
I'm not-
sane would do, I think. Except maybe my ex-girlfriend's father, the rodeo clown, he would just, you know, all right. He would
Well,
run
that's
out
a way
too,
of
though.
life for him at that point.
Yeah, he would run
I'm
out too,
sane
though.
enough. I'm sane enough to where if I hear a Longhorn or any bull snort at me, I'm getting the fuck out of there. Excuse my French, but that's the only way I know how to describe how quickly I just turn around and say no.
Yeah, that was his desired effect for sure. He's like, GTFO. You're like, yes, sir.
It's like, I'm here to bring you food, but like, all right, I get say no more.
Hey, Outlaw Popcorn, are you still playing Lord of the Rings? What are you doing? Are you? He's farming deeds earlier, and he was farming, actually farming. You can do that in this game. Like you get on your own land,
nice.
you get a house, and you can put a farm on it, and then if you farm and you level it up, you get to make your own good food. So it's desirable, but the actual act of it is boring.
That's a pretty good.
People
game
love
mechanic.
it. Oh, people love
Holy
it. Some
shit.
people are like, I love this, and other people are like, I find it kind of boring. But
It sounds like an updated RuneScape mechanic, if my memory serves me correct.
yeah, I mean, it's always been in there. They've had that. It's just that, I mean, it's a cool mechanic. I admire this game for these guys picked the mechanics they wanted, and they did not listen to other people. They did not make this a WoW clone. It's nothing like that. It is a select and you know, the engine works like the basic WoW thing where you have 3 people, you click and then you do the thing. But the class design, the mechanics, none of it works like WoW. Ha! He just logged back in and he's gonna put him back to sleep. Totally. Just make sure that when you fall asleep that you don't have your headphones plugged into your laptop because it can fall and damage your headphone connector. I've gone through a lot of headphones that way.
Rest in peace, your 3.5 jack.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my
'Cause
God,
As soon as you bend that connector too much, you're done.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I've had that happen with my 1/4-inch headphones, like really nice studio monitor.
Oh,
headphones
that's
and
bad.
whatnot.
The 1/4-inch one, shit.
Yeah, I had some like $200, $300 Sennheiser ones, and yeah, someone didn't realize they were still plugged in, and boom goes my 1/4-inch.
Yikes, that was an expensive mistake. I tell
Luckily,
you.
all I had to do was replace the cord. Thank God, because it
Oh,
was
good.
detachable.
Yeah, my favorite pair of headphones ever was some Shure SE3s. Back when these existed, they don't exist anymore. And oh my God, one day, and these are like $400 headphones. One day, my dog, it was Sadie, it was about 10 years ago. She found them, and she loves Daddy, so she wants to eat anything that's been in his ears. And so
Aww.
she destroyed them. And this is before they had detachable in-ear headphones
Oh
from
my
Shure.
God.
These are the old ones. And I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. I was like, holy shit, those are and they were the greatest headphones I ever had. They were tiny, dude. You know how big how big in-ears are these days? They were really small and they were Shure, so they had 3 or 4 drivers in them. And they were amazing.
Of course.
I think it was 3. I couldn't afford the 4. And oh my God, they were so great. And what was great about them is they were extremely isolating because they were real tight, but not big tight, just they fit well. And they were very low profile. They sounded great. and they had a long cord it was just great. Had a side weight 90-degree angle plug. Anyway, I love those headphones so much. And now I'm sad. Now I'm sad thinking about them. I miss those.
The only other headphones, well, I used to have, well, I've had a few pairs of the Sennheiser HD25 on-ear headphones for DJing, and my cats have destroyed a few pairs of them.
Oh, ouch.
So,
no respect.
Honestly, as far as, well, they're my little pages.
Kitties. It'll be your face if you have a heart attack. It'll be you lying there. They'll chew you up.
Right. But I ended up just getting, like, this pair of in-ear monitors from Amazon that were like $25, and I personally love them.
Yeah, if you like
The only
them.
other headphones or in-ears that I'd be spending that kind of money on are like Ultimate Ears or something like that, where I'm gonna have them for years on end.
Yeah, my dream is to buy a pair of the expensive musicians studio stage monitors.
Greetings.
Yep, I know what you mean.
That are custom
What do you
fit.
need? Stay a moment.
Okay, now I'm on book
tempted.
3, chapter 6, part 2 of 3. It's confusing.
Hell yeah.
We must
Sounds
not
like some
delay.
bureaucratic bylaw.
I love how it's organized in a kind of way that's easy to understand. Like, you know, you were a Tolkien fan. It is organized into volume, book, chapter. Always know if you're ahead or behind where you were 5 minutes ago. You know, like I love that.
Exactly, yeah.
You
The
feel,
organization is bar none.
yeah, you feel oriented in it. I was watching an interview with the guy who wrote the original BBC Lord of the Rings radio drama, and you know that Peter Jackson told him that they were using his outline for Lord of the Rings, the movies. Peter Jackson's lazy, that fucker.
So that's
Did I
how
mention that
Peter
earlier?
Jackson was able to make a good Lord of the Rings was
Yes.
because of the BBC
Yes.
radio.
Yeah, that ending. Did you recognize the ending? Same ending as the radio ending, sorta.
No shit.
Yeah, the ending to Lord of the Rings is, I'm sure you recall, it was not chronological. You know, it went through the rest of their lives one at a time. So it was very confusing. And he made it chronological. And it worked. And what's funny is that Tolkien himself was very against that change. And the writer was so funny. He said Tolkien was wrong. He was dead wrong. He didn't know. He wasn't a novelist, and he did not know. I fixed it. I literally did. I'm not saying I'm Tolkien. He's the greatest. This is my favorite work of all time. My whole life has been Tolkien. But in this here, he was wrong. And Peter Jackson knew it. You know it. Everyone loved the ending. You know, everyone knows it's wrong.
No.
And he's right. Tolkien was wrong. Tolkien doesn't have to be the. In fact, he pointed out that virtually every editor in the world would reject Lord of the Rings now. They'd be like, "What the fuck is this mess? 3 volume? What? Whoa, no! You can't start books like that, and you can't end them like that." Well, yeah, if you include The Hobbit.
Exactly, yeah.
But they'd be like, hell no. They would take The Hobbit because it's a little bit better organized as far as like a kid's novel. But Lord of the Rings is like not well organized as a novel, but it's incredible. And who doesn't love it? But it's just an example of how rules aren't always things that are necessary. They're guidelines to follow. And then, you can tell when they work and when they don't. And he wasn't experienced enough as a novel to know when it didn't work every time, but he knew he was ignorant enough to know to not be chained, not be bound by those rules. You know what I mean? So net result is greatest fantasy novel of all time with some flaws. No one cares. You don't care. I don't care. We're all like, yeah, go.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, we've got the movies. We're free to do what we want.
Shit, I still own all 3
We
of
must
the
not
extended
delay.
editions on DVD.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I loved Douglas Adams so much is because I have been a fan of his since the 70s when he was active. And Popcorn saying, I like Lord of the Rings way more than the ones of The Hobbit. Yeah, I know I do. The middle Hobbit was terrible. Douglas Adams was a person who had, you know, a very famous franchise at some point, but every time he did it again, he changed a little. You know what I mean? He never just redid it the same. He always changed little details or moved things around or did it differently. And I think that he would have loved the movie they made because they changed his book into a love story. And it wasn't like the traditional Hitchhiker's Guide. You know, the new one that has what's his name in it that's all cool and modern.
Yeah.
It's not the Hitchhiker's Guide from the radio thing and all that. It's not the same story. It's a love story between Arthur and Trillian. You know, it was that story that Arthur Dent never wrote, or that Douglas Adams never wrote, right? And I think Douglas Adams would love that. I think he would love a new version with a new story in it that was different. And I think next time he would do it differently again. Maybe the story of Marvin, you know what I mean? Like, that's how he was. He always changed it, and he was very vocal about embracing that and saying that that's a wonderful way to think of new ideas and to keep your stuff fresh and to free it up for other people to help you too. It's like, change it up. You know, if you're funny, be funny.
We must not delay.
Right.
Love that guy.
You might as well just embrace it.
Yeah, I miss him so much. Okay, I'm about to start an instance, so I'm going to go take a 5er because it's getting late and I'm not really dying or anything. So, 5er, safety meeting. Be right back.
Heard.
Well, 5 minutes. It's more like 50 seconds is how long it takes.
Yeah, that sounds about right if you use a torch on a
That's a
rig.
good idea.
Yeah.
What's that? Say that again.
I said 50 seconds sounds about right if you use a torch on a rig. If you're not on like a Puffco Peak or something like that. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. Just about.
We must
door to
not
door.
delay.
The little town of Trestlebridge is all that stands.
All right, now I'm doing an instance.
Forks of Angmar and Breland to the south.
I hope it doesn't
Halvard,
scale.
Ranger of the North, gathers heroes
I am
to help
enjoying
defend Trestlebridge from the
How this
encroaching
story is
onslaught.
progressing. You were right. I am enjoying it.
Your volume went way down. I can't hear you. Stay fresh.
That's My volume on Discord is all the way up.
Oh, I thought maybe you weren't talking into the mic. Maybe mine adjusted. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay, I'll just turn you up. Okay. Ha!
Is this better?
Oh yeah, you sound good. Outlaw Popcorn said you got this. Yeah. I better have this. If it's any challenge whatsoever, I'll fail.
I have my headphones. I had my headphone microphone way down.
Oh yeah.
Myself, so.
Yeah, that makes a huge
Okay.
difference.
Yeah, now I have it higher up. I just have it.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, that was good. I can't even get mad at that.
Speak into the mic.
Never. Never again. Never speaking to a mic again. Every time I speak, they record me.
English mother trucker, do you speak it?
I forgot we had the speak thing. Oh, that's funny. I forgot about it. That's rad. I that's been there for a while. And I just noticed it. Oh my god, what's that? Destruction train, what are you doing? It's raining destruction. That what?
Do I have to do another hype train? Forced to celebrate. Hype train. Destruction train, thank you. Tell me how your day went.
You're still robot.
I am, because we're having a hype train. You can't hear it, but it's hype. Hype, hype, hype.
Hype, hype, hype.
Destruction train, I bet you're tired as shit. How did you do? Did you make your hours? There's still tomorrow, right? I think. Oh, I feel bad for these people I'm supposedly defending. 'Cause not.
Are you slacking right now?
Yeah, bad. Oh, good. You got your hours. Oh, I'm so glad. I hit the 1,500 hour mark so early that I thought, well, I better hit 3,000. And whew, I have a good chance of doing it thanks to y'all in the last few days, especially. Oh, good. You're way over. Oh, thank goodness. I honestly didn't think I was going to hit 900 after February. Remember how bad February and March were? Like, I almost gave up streaming entirely. On Trovo, anyway. Almost.
During February to get your 500.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you wanted to hit 1,500. Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah, I didn't even think I would hit that. I guess I'll try to be a little ambitious. I mean, I guess my goal is to try to get back into silver. I guess we all want to. Silver would be better. If I got back into silver, I could start making more upgrades. That would be cool. Maybe add a nuclear power plant.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
Elrond has
Ooh.
healed Frodo of his mortal wound.
Elrond healed
And now
Frodo of
the
his mortal
time
wound.
has come to decide the fate of
And now
the
it's time
One
for
Ring.
the meeting.
Meeting of the Fellowship.
What do you need?
What in the fuck are you? Hold up.
Would you do something for me?
When did I sign up for this big motherfucker? What the hell?
Oh my god, I was muted. Thank you.
I
was
didn't
just
even
saying
realize
that
you were muted.
I'm
Holy
on the line
shit.
here with Stay Fresh, and he is was waiting to play Outriders for a month after we've all played it. So now he's here tonight doing it. I'm looking at the video of Hood, and it looks fucking amazing. I mean, graphics 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. Just for the appearance. Are you telling me this is a multiplayer stealth action game?
Sounds like it. I mean, I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm just gonna agree with you.
Oh my god, this looks amazing. That looks really cool. It's crossplay, huh?
What game is it?
It's called Hood.
I'll have to look that up on the PlayStation Store.
What does PvPvE mean?
Sounds like player versus everyone. Kind of like a free-for-all thing. It kind of sounds like.
Oh, I know what PvE means, but I guess for y'all, I mean, I know what other games have said PvPvE means. I mean, I played Guild Wars, but okay, a free-for-all against NPCs. So you're fighting, is it gang on gang where we fight another gang in order to fight NPCs, or? It looks awesome. You're competing with other people, but you're competing with their team to do better with their team. Is that, you're not physically out sneaking them in the same room, right? Shooting at them and killing them too, right? Oh my god, this looks amazing. Okay, it's not fantastically expensive.
What game is it called again?
It's called Hood, Outlaws and Legends.
Like HOOD, Outlaws and Legends? Okay.
Here, I put a link in the Trovo chat. It's... yeah,
I'm
Hood,
looking it
Outlaws
up
and
on
Legends.
my PSN.
Oh, right. I'm interested
Hood,
too.
Outlaws and Legends.
I'm not exactly flush with tons of money right now, but it's only $50. I still have to, that's not easy. But
Well, for the year one edition, yeah, but
damn,
for
that
the
looks good.
just regular edition for me, it's only 30. For the regular pre-order, it's 30 for me. For the year one edition pre-order, it's 50.
It has the potential to be a major league game.
3 days
Oh, you mean
back,
scavengers?
I mean, it sounds like a dope game.
Is it Scavengers the Archives? Just search Scavengers.
Dude,
Wait,
8
but it
network
says...
players? Hell yeah.
It says, please note this page will be archived. If you'd like to play Scavengers, please make sure you join our early access group. Just search for Scavengers in the Steam search window, but that doesn't bring it up. Oh, this is it. It's just called Scavengers all by itself. When does the early access begin? Tomorrow. So this will go live tomorrow? I'm interested. I wonder if it's a controller game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This looks really good. You definitely have to check this one out. Stay fresh.
It looks dope.
Scavengers?
Or I was talking about Hoodie.
Oh, the other one too. Also looks dope, but look up Scavengers too. And look up the one that's just one word Scavengers.
Heard. I'm gonna look that up right now.
Yeah, both honestly look good.
Hoods looks really good.
Yeah, it does, and I'll play. The only reason I don't jump on it that's the kind of game I would buy instantly, but I just don't have the money. But I'm definitely interested.
Scavengers? Wow, it's only $4.
No, not that one. Scavengers. You know what? Better. Why guess? Why not I just give you the link here? There it is. It took me a second to find it.
All right, let me pull Trevo up.
It's in the Trevo. It's in all of them actually. Here, I can put it in this. That looks cool. Yeah, 100% interested. I mean, for me, it'll depend on the shooting. It's third person, right? That's what I like. Full controller support. Destruction Train, what's up, my man? Dude, thank you so much for the raid. Boom.
It seems like it's coming to PS4.
It's coming to PS4 as well. Is the audio on?
In Hood, Outlaws and Legends.
Yeah.
You will battle it out in visceral and nail-biting.
I don't see Scavengers on the PlayStation Store.
Just use the link. Oh, the PlayStation Store. You're checking out the multi.
Assemble your team.
Got it.
Yeah, I was just seeing if I had it on here, but I don't.
To steal the guarded riches.
Oh well,
within.
it'd be like that sometimes.
But be warned, your team isn't the only one with eyes on the prize.
Oh my god, this looks really fun.
Pits 2 teams of 4 against each other, competing for a prized chest of treasure guarded by knights, crossbowmen, and the fearsome sheriff.
Yeah, like we play together. Is this going to be an adequate gaming thing? Is this the adequate gaming game that I actually like? That we can play together? Is that what this is?
Step is to infiltrate the enemy stronghold, to capture spawn points and find the key to the vault. The key is protected by the sheriff, a force.
It is. It's like medieval
capable of killing a
Hitman.
man in a single blow and protected by a
That
squad
sounds
of
awesome.
Look, that's what it is. Like your team
Once
of
you have
3
the key,
or team of 4, whatever. You're trying to sneak around.
unlock the door.
And so this isn't like a skill shooter. This is like a don't make any fucking noise.
They will have to either
You know?
ambush you at the vault or wait
Ooh,
for
so it's
another
all
opportunity
stealth and whatnot.
to steal the treasure chest.
And then you have to fight them at the.
You must now take the chest to an extraction point and prepare to winch it away.
Oh my god, and you're shooting crossbows and shit at
And
them?
protect your teammates winching the
That
chest.
sounds.
Both
my God,
the
is this
enemy
game
team
hard?
and the sheriff will
It looks like a blast.
and claim the goods for themselves.
Yeah, that
A
would be
successful
cool.
Heist starts with assembling
How
the
fun would that be?
perfect team.
It's funny because
The Ranger is
I
a
don't
sniper
play any of the games
equipped
that the other
with a devastating long bow
not none of
that
them.
can eliminate
But I
targets
really don't like shooters. That's the thing. It's just a part. It's just a piece of me. I played more shooters. I've forgotten about shooters. More shooters than people have played these days. I've lost more hours playing Quake than people even know about. I played all of them. Descent. I mean, I just so much. I'm just so through with
makes
it.
her a master of close-range ambushes. Her invisibility
Did you send me a
and
dick
smoke
pic?
grenades are perfect
Because
for this
I'm gonna take a screenshot. I am.
What the?
The Brawler is the best at close quarters combat.
Oh my
He
God,
slips
checking my
enemies
phone is hard because I have
down into some
800
froze in a
messages.
single blow. And when he activates his
Oh, there's a message from my friend Rob about my friend Dan dying. My friend Dan died today.
the mystic's divination.
There it is.
lets
There
him
it
detect
is.
nearby
Sorry.
enemies.
Okay.
He also has healing abilities that can
Yeah,
bring the
Tribes.
wounded
I remember when
allies
Tribes
back
came
to
out.
fighting form.
That was the game that supported 32-bit. It was like, or 16-bit dithered. It was like, what?
His flail
That's
is
sweet.
the perfect weapon for crowd control
There he is.
and
Okay,
breaking
good.
down the sturdiest
I
of
forgot we have
enemy foes.
messaging on Trovo now.
The riches you manage to steal from the state may be used to develop your hideout.
Instead of
giving you
going to the
access
messages,
to
it
a
sent me
wide
to your...
variety of services. With your hard-earned rewards, change the look of your weapons and armor.
It did. There's
or
no
customize
message
your
on the phone app.
characters to unlock new tools, abilities, and
Oh
gear.
my God. I haven't
Village
seen...
Outlaws and Legends will let you and your friends perform daring heists and calculated escapes under the watchful eye of the state.
Oh my God, did you send me enough money to buy the game? Oh my God, that's awesome. I'll buy it. Oh my God, that's so sweet. Thank you, by the way. I'm so, here, I'll just give it away. My phone notifications, look at
That's
it.
up to you to decide.
It's dozens and dozens. I
In
don't,
Hood,
it's,
we are
it's,
all
it's so hopeless.
But some of us
So it's nothing personal, it's not you. I don't know how to reach me anymore. How do you reach me? I don't know how. Okay, so 3 days early, May 7th. That's cool. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Dude, thank you. Yeah, let me pick it up. That is cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hype train, by the way. Thanks, Destruction Train. Let's play some Hood. This is good.
Someone donated for you to buy it?
Yeah, Destruction Train. My teammate. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Now I just have to do it. Thank you, man.
That is awesome.
Yes, it's fantastic. Thank you. All I gotta do is log into PayPal. Oh, God. Excuse me. Okay, sweet. Oh my God, yes. I can't install it yet, right? It's like, no, you can't install it yet. Thank you, Destruction Train. There it is, right there. Done deal. That's very exciting. Game locked. Yeah, of course. Dude, that's very exciting. Hey, Fatal Streams. How are you? Fatal Streams, it's great to see you. Dude, that's so cool.
If you don't have a hype train still going, you're on Probot.
Now I've got the music on. Now no one wonders. No one minds. It's without the music. No one likes a robot without beats. Robot beats. Robot beats are what make the world go around. Word. That's what I think. Destruction Train, thank you so much. That is really cool. I don't know shit about that game now. And we'll play it. It looks awesome. And I will sneak around and pick a class. Do you think that I need to look up anything? Or do you think I should just go in cold? And Genghis Khan, by the way, in addition to Lord of the Rings, I'd like to play that game. If you're into it. But I'm going to forget. Because I've lost the link. Yeah, I want to play that. Okay, I put it on my wish list. Oh, that's so cool. Scavengers, that was the name. You're going blind personally? Are you literally going blind? Because that'll make the gaming easier for me. I'm going a little bit blind and slightly deaf. Okay, this Thursday? Okay. Because my new plan is to play Fall Guys on Fridays and just be serious about that. And to play other games, but to fill all the rest of my time with Lord of the Rings, because I truly love it. I'm going to pick a day for Lord of the Rings and definitely do it, and then do other times. And then all the rest of this stuff. Destruction, it is I am so stoked. And we're doing the early access for that one, right? Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. So May 10th, but it's not May 10th. It's May 7th. And the other one is Thursday. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. And if I hate it, I probably won't be the only one. Or if I do, I'll just make it up to you. I won't hate it. Because it's not a first-person shooter. So I won't hate it. If it's third person, I'll like it. And I like sneaky games. And it's the kind of game where, I mean, that's fun. It's kind of like a sneaky version of like all the other, you know, Battle Apex type games. It's fun. Genghis Khan, I hope you have a great night. It's been nice chatting with you. It's been nice seeing you. Yeah, it's true. The thing is, they have so much money on the table. Gamers, we have so much money we're willing to spend, and gamers are not good enough about voting with their dollars. They don't realize how much they're giving away, how much power they're giving away. If people would just be pickier, they would get much better. But they keep giving you crap because it's just a formula that they've created, and they are scared to veer from it. I mean, Outriders is a good example of a game that didn't veer from a formula, but perfected one sort of. And you know, one little technical problem, and their you know, years of work in a great game are probably going to go, you know, somewhere in the middle and get middling reviews, unfortunately. Most games probably will have that fate. It might be. Probably most games. You know, because like most restaurants fail, probably most games aren't great. I would say that most games are mediocre because I play most games. You know, like I always joke about, I've forgotten about more games than most people have played. Just being as old as I am and being a hardcore gamer my entire life. Hardcore gamer my entire mother life. Oh, you don't play games without PvP? I usually avoid PvP, but this one looks fun because it's fair. It's not very sweaty. It's fairly like axes and crossbows and traps. You know, getting things right. That looks really fun, and shooting people with crossbows and stuff, and throwing Molotov cocktails at them. Like all that stuff looks good. And, you know, you're not going to get too sweaty with the crossbow. I mean, a little bit, but there's not going to be any like sniping, camping. Well, it's going to be sweaty in terms of like just being a try-hard. But I mean, the mechanics, it seems like, yeah, I'm really just saying it requires a little more strategy. Or maybe it doesn't require more strategy. Maybe those other games require more strategy than I thought. Still, it looks fun to me. All right, good. You can teach me everything. Teach me everything, Sensei. How to be a medieval warrior. I have to go look up what the classes are now.
Show you the world.
I've got to learn. It looks fun. I like the look of it too. I hope the progression system's good, but that's good. Haha, in Rogue. That's funny. You mainly use just axes. Yeah, as long as it's not about hard aim, then I'm fine. Yeah, I actually think, in fact, what's funny is that Rogue Combat third person is one of my favorite games of that whole genre. In fact, I haven't played since we played for weeks and weeks at a time, all those months ago. Everyone else kept playing, but I stopped because there's so many games. I got to play every game. That's my problem as ADD. I love all the games, but how can y'all play one game that much? I don't get it. Here is with me with 120 hours in Lord of the Rings over the weekend. I can't believe I said those words.
Irony alert. Irony alert.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
there ain't nothing
fickle.
wrong with that.
Hey, Genghis Khan. Embrace your fickleness. Destruction Train, I hope you have a great night. Go to sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night to you.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a variety channel, though.
Yeah,
If you
I've
like
got
different games, you like different games. Why not play them and explore them? You know?
I mean, my thing is that I just have no choice. Like, I will just play the games I want to play and then, you know, maybe feel bad about it. Like, I literally cannot play games I don't want to play. If I'm just not, even if I'm just not in the mood, I'm just like, I can't. Because all I'll be thinking about is the other game. Oh, I'm
Really?
going to try it. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, Genghis Khan. Yeah, I'll try anything. The only game that I'm actually terrible at, that I actually can't play, besides hard aim type stuff, is like really hard platformers. I just can't. I mean, I can play them okay, but when it comes to the really, really tough stuff, I just give up at some point.
Well,
But that's a very
like
common feeling.
Dark Souls and whatnot.
Huh?
I said like Dark Souls and whatnot.
No. I mean platformers. Dark Souls, I fucking finished Dark Souls many times with no cheating. Yeah, I'm guys good at Dark Souls is an example of a game that is I can do it hard. You've heard me talk about this a lot, right? Like we can, you know, look, we can do it. Like we got this. Like if you play GTFO, like the hardest game ever, you know, like we can do it. We can do it. That, you know, that's what it's, that's what's fun. Hitman's that way. Oh, I'm doing it. Oh, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. They caught me.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Genghis Khan says platformers, strategy stuff, turn-based stuff, and fighting games. I'm terrible at. Oh yeah, fighting games. I can, you know, run the joystick and mash buttons in fighting games. You see, I'm doing two different things with different hands. I'm doing a circle with one hand, so I can also do this a little bit. That's my technique with fighting games. My girlfriend is a big fighting games fan. I used to be the guy who had the Namco metal PlayStation 1. They sold it for like $25. It was steel. It was amazing. It was from an arcade machine. It looked like, I had it for years. Had a PlayStation 1 connector, and you could go like tap, tap, boom, brrr, tink, 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 and always win every game because it was like the most precise, perfect. It was so great. God, I miss that thing. But without that, I don't enjoy them.
Wild.
It was really good. It was heavy and metal, and it was like very low profile. It was gray, low profile, and had a yellow joystick with a big ball that was very soft moving. It had a click. So you go tap, 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 and go, and it had 8 buttons plus all the other ones. It was amazing. It was really the greatest controller I've ever had. In fact, they are famous. You can look them up. A whole generation has fetishized all this stuff, but I had that controller, that Namco controller. That was all the fighting game people were like, man, they just made stuff like that these days. Now they make custom ones.
No shit. That's awesome.
Yeah, all my friends that are into
hearing about
fighting games have custom ones made.
Because of like the switches and whatnot being better, from my understanding.
Yeah, you can come into Discord if you have a microphone and if you have headphones. You have to have headphones. That's important. That's key. Because without headphones, there's noise. And they'll all cry.
Yes, there are. We'll all cry.
There's always someone who refuses to get headphones or doesn't want to get a decent pair of headphones, and it's always difficult. It can be difficult if the mic is bad, even with headphones, because then you're like listening to someone drying their hair or someone having a fight or, TV.
The only thing you'll hear from mine would be the occasional dog bark, which I'll be
Hey, who's that?
outlaw.
Hold on a second. Let me turn you up. Say something.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hey, you're super quiet. Can you go into the Discord gear wheel thing on the bottom and click on voice and video and maybe turn the input volume up?
I'm only laughing because you are super quiet on my end too.
Yeah, I didn't know you were.
I'm naturally quiet. How about that?
I'm naturally very quiet.
Yeah, you're much better.
Yeah, it's
much
better. It's good. I can adjust you a little bit. We can all adjust each other a little bit by right clicking. So I boosted you up to about 150, 170. So I'm good. Hi, welcome. I'm in this beautiful place in Northᓚᘏᗢ, and the fog keeps rolling in and out, and it's so awesome. You'll be standing in a place and it'll get foggy, then not foggy. Like, this game is old and it's still awesome. So, Popcorn, are you coming on Discord so that you can fall asleep while you're playing Lord of the Rings?
No.
Oh no, that's not your plan.
No.
It's like when you're tired of raiding and you just press auto run and point it towards the wall and just sit there and surf the web and wait for it to auto log out.
Keep running into the walls like I can't go nowhere.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that you don't Discord mute, but you mute the mic, and then you don't log out of Discord, and you just wait for the game to log out. And then you're off the
long
hook.
Game there.
Yeah, then you're off the hook for raiding that night if it's really irritating and you tried really hard and you've been there you came every night for months and months, and now these people are here with their free ride and they will not listen. Or whatever.
One night my youngest daughter was raiding the WoW and she didn't want to go to it, so she asked me to reset the router so that would go offline.
Plausible deniability, Dad.
Yeah. Gotta defend the little daughter.
You're like, yes, of course I will. Are you kidding? I would put a boot through it for my own raid. Of course I'll destroy that for you. But we'll just maim it.
Since I don't like a couple people that she raids with, so yeah, it is awesome.
Yeah, good. I don't like the people who are the blamers. That's my thing. It's like, if you're a raider, you have to have a sense. First of all, you have to come prepared and pretty good at your class. And then you also have to have a sense of knowing how to fail. Like, you've got to know how to fail. And part of that is putting it on mute and screaming.
If you can't accept failure, then...
Well, and also, it is true that the humans are always going to be the thing wrong. And that someone will have made a mistake every time. That's how it works. And all you can hope for is improvement. It's like the first time you go into a weight training class, they don't tell you you're going to look like this when you're done. They tell you this graph, this is going to go this direction when you're done. That's what they tell you. Like, you're going to be better when you leave here. You're not going to be, you're going to try to get what you want, but you're going to be better than you were. And that's how rating is. And you try to get an average of a better class of person. And so that's it. And so there's certain class of people who just at some point in the night or whatever, they get so bitchy and so lame. And you're like, man, you didn't come here prepared, mentally for this.
Right.
And you're like turning lame. Like, you need to fucking leave and go to bed or something. Or go raid with your perfect dream party that doesn't exist. They didn't want you tonight, by the way. Or whatever.
Well, the last raid on World of Warcraft that made me come back to Lothra was in Shadowlands. They wanted a shaman. And I was like, I'd never played a shaman before. Oh, you'll be fine. Like, okay. So leveled up the shaman, got him gear, and
great class, by the way.
Got to the 4th boss on the Shadowlands raid, and all of a sudden I got kicked out of the raid. It was like, sent the message to the leader. I'm like, did I just get dropped? He goes, yeah, your DPS was too low. I was like, am I part of the team or not part of the team? He's like, well, you come back next week. I was like, whatever, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's so many things. It's like yeah, my problem is always that it's like, how did people learn to talk to each other? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how bad did Warcraft gimp how people treat each other in the world, because you can just click on kick and then just type a few words whether you're telling the truth or not. It's like, just set a different expectation. Don't tell people that they can come if they can't, and don't just kick people on short notice. I mean, hell, they could And it's also one of those things to where they're constantly underestimating and underrepresenting how much actual prep it requires. Like, it requires a humongous amount. Even heroic rating, which is easy in Warcraft, requires a humongous amount of preparation and grinding that's merciless and time consuming. And they, everyone is always talking about every raid like it's easy. And it's like, as a hardcore heroic raider who spent, thousands of hours in WoW, I can tell you that it's not easy. And people that are good heroic raiders are people who can become mythic raiders. And if you think you know what a mythic raider is, and you're calling heroic raiding easy, then you really don't know what mythic raiding is, because it's much harder. Much, 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 much harder. And no one knows that better than a good heroic raider.
WoW was so much better when it was vanilla.
I don't even think vanilla was the best time either, because I always hated that there were no quality of life features. What I think killed WoW had nothing to do with the raiding, because honestly, the actual raids are still fun. If you get in there and execute and your character's ready and you're ready and everyone's syncing, the fights are great. What fails about WoW is their whole business structure of making you grind through the repeatable quests over and over. They don't want to give you content. They want to repeat the same stuff over and over because it's cheaper. Their whole game got cheaper when they went to Legion. They started toying with this idea in the last actual story camp one, which was the Chinese one, Pandaria. But so now that it's all mechanic everywhere, it's easier for them and it's cheaper for them. And of course, they're not going to change what they're doing, but people just keep on paying the subscription fees. The game is not great anymore because you spend literally all of your time just chasing little fill-up bars of different kinds of currencies and exchanging little currencies and grinding through the exact same shit over and over, whether you like it or not. There's the illusion of choice. Magical illusion. Magic, David Copperfield. But you don't really have choice. If you want to be a heroic raider, then there's only one way to do it, and it's to do shit you don't want to do. Same true of PvP. If you want to just dink around and do what I'm doing in Lord of the Rings, for example, even that is not rewarded as richly as Lord of the Rings. Like official channels raiding me, people everywhere inviting you to their guild, and people giving you money, and people helping you, and people like doing concerts and like hockey. It's like they're just, this kind of stuff is just rare in WoW. Most people just get in there and grind their little grind. So I sort of hate the game they've made it. Sorry, I went off on a huge rant on that. I'm gonna press stop on that one.
Hey, you tell it how you gotta tell it, boo boo.
I think WoW is not the game it was. It doesn't have the magic. And their story's not the problem, even though it's suffering. Hey, Truesick. And the art department's not the problem. They're great. Thank you. It's those pesky kids. Just kidding.
I would have been a great game if it was.
If it was what?
I would have been a great game if it wasn't for you and you meddling kids or whatever.
Exactly.
Scooby-Doo people said.
That's what Bobby Kotick's doing. It would have been perfect theft if it weren't for you meddling kids. Seriously, this game has to be long. Oh, it's more than long, dude. Yeah. Yeah. So check it out. I don't know how many actual chapters there are, but I am just at the point where Frodo had his sword wound healed. And we're going all the way to Mordor eventually. So that's everything I have not even seen. How much do they go into the lore? This is 100% balls to bones. Everything about this is Lord of the Rings. This is one of the best. Well, the reason this game is still going as an MMO is because it's so amazingly in-depth Tolkien. Hi, cutie. I love you, baby. Every word, everything in it. There's a full music system in this game where you can all sync up, and the client will sync you, and you all have different instruments. They have dozens of instruments. And then you can all type in commands like 1, 2, 2, 1, all do commands, and it will play all the music together, even if you got wrong notes. And then as you do concerts, because the world was made for music. And I just can't answer that. The answer is 5,000 out of 10. How much did they go into the Tolkien lore in this game? It is astonishing how much.
That sounds awesome, honestly.
It is. It's absolutely overwhelming, Tolkien. Everything about this is so authentic. And just everything about it. Like when I paid to get a level boost on this, it was the gift of the Valar.
That's what they called the level boost, the gift of the Valar.
Yeah, and the Valar, of course, are the creatures that would be capable of something like this, or whatever, strengthening you up to. Yeah, it's like that. Everything about this game is like that. Everything about it is perfectly Tolkien like that. I mean, you'll have a hard time finding any bad words about this. Truth sick. You're upset because you just heard about this because of me. You love the movies and books. Why are you upset though? I mean, the game is right here, and it's not going anywhere. Amazon canceled theirs, and these guys, in fact, are expanding this and doing more. They have enough material from the Silmarillion and from the Untold Tales and everything else. They have the rights to all that, and they have enough material to last 10 years. Oh, you say you would have been grinding since day one. Well, it is 14 years old, so it's not a new game. But by all means, come play this game. I will warn you, though, that it is an expensive game. It's free to play, so download it and play it. And then what you'll see is that they start nickel and diming you a little bit. And the VIP subscription for $15 is totally worth it for every reason. It unlocks things forever on your account, even if you cancel it. And there's just a million reasons to say yes to that. And there's some stuff you have to buy just to really play through it. But yeah, I came back to this game. I played for years and never really got very far. Never this far even. And I decided the Retro Week brought me to this game. It's just a coincidence thing. And I've been thinking about Tolkien the last few years, and now I'm back in it, and it's just grabbed me by the heart. I can't not play. Oh, DC Universe Online. Oh my God, DC Universe Online is getting a whole revamp at the end of the year. I'm warning you. I actually kind of like DC Universe Online. I've always wanted it to be better. Or maybe me to be better at it. They really nickeled and dimed this too. With I want to be a Green Lantern. Damn it. That's my thing. But by all means, if you're interested in this, download it off Steam and it's free to start. So there's no reason not to at least check it out. It is magic. I'll save you some time. Gandalf is the lore master and Elrond is the rune keeper. Yeah, after this week of playing this much, I've decided to put this into like the permanent second game that I'm always playing. And then whatever else we're playing, I'll play, but I'm going to be playing this. I love it. Yeah, it is. It's an MMO, RPG. I'll just show you the character selector. Dooby-dooby-doo. Only takes a few seconds. It doesn't run awesome on new computers, but there's ways. It only uses 2 or 3 cores is the thing, so it'll run awesome, but put it on an NVMe SSD, or put it on an SSD for Christ's sake. Is that how much I've played, or how much you've played? Outlaw Popcorn. He put in, oh my God, 174 hours. Holy Christ. Outlaw Popcorn.
Serious as a heart attack about this.
Let me see what my number is, just to see. I can't wait to play Hood with the crew. I've really been looking for a game to play with Adequate Gaming, so I'm really excited that we'll play that together. Okay, Lord of the Rings Online. Mine says 127, but is that the last 2 weeks on Steam? Is that what it says? Oh, you're an Assassin's Creed fan. Oh my God, dude. I love the new Assassin's Creeds. I love them. This may not supplant your love of those, but the new ones, I just love them. They're so good. Yeah, this is...
Origins is one of the best Assassin's Creed.
Oh, I agree. I think
Oh my
Origins
God,
itself is
I
in
love
my
Origins.
top 5 games of all time. I swear I believe
Like
that.
the 2 DLCs for it, impeccable.
Yeah.
Like really well done in my opinion.
Oh, he's got the symbol tattooed in his hand. Nice. So you're a huge Assassin's Creed fan. That's awesome. Great. That's cool. Well, if you like story and stuff, this is your game. It only looks so good, but you can make it look, I think it looks good still, frankly. And I can tell you the key settings that you can change to make it run better, especially for streaming. And you can make a new character. You have to buy everything. But so anyway, Bjorning is something you have to buy. This is one of the new classes, and this is one of the funnest things ever. You transform into a giant bear. You can be a healer. You can be massive DPS. It's insane. Well, your PC's caca. Don't worry much because your PC's caca. This game was made before your PC was even a fucking dream. Whatever your PC is, it's a wet dream for this game. You know what I'm saying? Like, really. Like, you can run this. 14 years. But you'll know pretty soon.
I think my 2 megahertz E-machines running Windows XP might struggle.
That would definitely not work. That's about 6 years too early. It's 5 or 6 years too early. But you could have put a dedicated video card in it and it might work. The big tank is the champion, right? Is that what everyone's doing these days, or is it the captain? It's the champion, right? Is that what everyone's doing? All these kids? These guys will start chiming in. Bjorning is a race and a class. I don't have the stout axe or the dwarf or the high elf yet. I'll get them later.
I heard the stout axe starting area is horrid.
Oh, it's horrid? Really? Which
Heard
part
it's
was
long.
horrid?
Heard it's just long, the beginning part of it.
Really? Interesting. Man, I'm going to find that out the hard way later.
Don't know from experience.
Yeah, I know I'm going to be doing that because I'm a glutton for a starting area. I'll totally do it. Now that you said that especially, I'm like, oh, really? You know, like when when you go to the coffee maker and you like take a drink of your coffee and it's terrible and you turn to the person next to you and go, oh, this is terrible. Try this. That's like me with starting areas. Hey, Dianita.
Great.
Your arcades at level 120 could hit for like 320 to 400k crits at level 120.
That makes me happy.
They're crazy.
The Runekeeper. The Runekeeper was a new class at one point. I remember they added it. I was like, oh, a new class. He had to like do it. Oh, he's saying I was a tank in DC Online. I was always the guy running first and doing minimal damage. We had massive health and all enemies. Okay, so you have choices. I tell you what, you're talking to the original stoner player here. So my favorite thing is like in Star Wars. In Star Wars, what I played was a Power Tech Bounty Hunter, which is the tank bounty hunter, which until recently was one of the only ranged tanks in MMO history that was constantly going. Being a ranged tank was the greatest thing in history. You have no idea how nice it is. When there's something nuking the whole party, the whole raid over there, I can taunt it and I can kill it from here while I tank all this shit that I'm flaming. It was just the funnest thing ever. And they never really gave it its full due after the first 3 months because it was overpowered in the beginning. But so I love that. And so in this game, I'm playing the not most popular tank, and that is the Warden. And the Warden used to be a big popular tank, but now it's not good for tanking. Yeah, no MMOs have range tanks, except for like Champions Online in those games. Yeah, Wardens have billions of gambits. If you like complicated stuff, I can show you later how the thing works. You hit with abilities, and you combine with 4 or 5 different types of abilities, and then that gives you a gambit you can hit at the end, and you can dial those up for the effect you want, like an AoE, or a bleed AoE, or a defense, or a heal, or heal your friends, or heal the group, or whatever. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. Added defense, shield, interrupt. And Outlaw Popcorn points out that the character I picked, the Warden, can do massive DPS. And so as far as just running around, being a solo quester, I don't see how it gets better than Warden. That's just me. You know, I'm not thinking about meta. I think I picked the perfect thing because I'm running around having a fucking blast and nothing does shit to me. I've only died 3 times in the entire game so far. And they were all avoidable. The Guardian and Hunter are the other ones. And I'm sorry, the Guardian and Champion are the other ones. And I just don't know that much about them. I do know that they're both fun as shit. Because let me refer you back to the characters I actually have. You'll notice I have a Captain right here, which is DPS. But I have a fairly high level Guardian. And on the other server, on Landerval, I have a Champion. And it was fun as fuck. So, as far as actual grouping, my understanding is that if I wanted to spec tank, my Warden tank could tank the whole game. It's a normal Warden tank. People might be holding their nose at. But I haven't even done an instance yet. It's all fun. I felt like my music stopped. What's wrong with you, Roseller? They can tank, but they were broken a few updates ago. Oh. Yeah, I've heard the DPS is crazy. In fact, I'm using that DPS build. But I'm going to get a new haircut and go back to the... I'm going to this one with the white hair. Yeah. And there's a minstrel where you can heal people and fight people with music. I'm not kidding. Your attack is... And music knows. Oh, you're updating your graphics card near the PC? Nice. Outlaw Popcorn. He's got the bug. Okay, what am I doing here? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good way to say that, Outlaw Popcorn. Well said, buddy. The classes are all fun, but they're the game is heavily mechanics based. Hunters are sweet. Hunters are so high damage. Hunters are tight. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That was the awkward catchphrase that I have been searching for. Hunters are tight. I just need to write tight up here to remember to say it more. Yeah. I love you, baby. I'm reading your script. Balance, Neskimo. Bye. Good night, baby. Hunters are tight. Doer hand miner. What was that sound? My God, how long have I been broadcasting? Holy shit, 15 and a half hours. How am I not collapsed? You guys have really made this tolerable and fun. This marathon of bounty.
I like to know how you go that long without even eating anything.
I eat. I just wolf shit down while the camera's off. Like a zoo animal. You've been to the zoo, right? It's very similar.
There every once in a while.
You seen your cousins? Yeah, you run into mine then. They're there. And I am there too. In spirit, eating. That's how I eat. I found Dory. So I'm level 120. I'm going to escort Dory to safety, and this ought to be fine because oh man, I was going to say nobody will aggro me, but they all aggro him. Outlaw Popcorn. I have to play arcade DPS like a melee. Yeah, I want to get to that. Okay, wait, no, I have to remember. Runekeeper is the Elrond, right? That's right. I'm always confusing it with the Lore Master because I'm stupid. I'm just forgetful. Hey, what are you updating on your other computer, by the way? Your software?
My graphics card.
You're changing the graphics card now?
No, updating it.
Oh, okay.
GeoForce.
GeForce what?
I don't know. How do I look that up again?
Okay. On the PC. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, type in, hold on, just press Windows, type in sysinfo, all one word. System information. And then click on, an interface will open up with two sides, a big window with two sides, left and right. On the left, click on the components to make the contents of that visible, and then click on display. And then it will list all your video cards. There could be more than one.
This one has NVIDIA GeForce GTX 750.
750, okay.
750.
That's not horrible. That's about where I was a few years ago. In fact, that's not true. I was using a 970 last year this time, but before that, I was using a 780, I think. So it's not terrible, but it's not
Well, on the tower, at least it's upgradable.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, right now, that card is not even bad. Like right now, that's pretty desirable. You'd have trouble getting any video card now, including a 780. Believe it or not. It's crazy.
I used to be a big 7 Days to Die player. That game's awesome, but
Oh, yeah.
it was owned by Telltale and Fun Pimps. Telltale went under,
Yeah, I know Telltale that dark day.
and then Fun Pimps finally, I guess, sometime last year, bought the rights back to the game.
Oh, really?
But the Xbox version of the game is still
Yeah.
way back. It just crashes too much.
Oh, it's a bummer. Yeah, victims of the business of gaming. That's really my big beef with how EA and all the big gaming companies and Blizzard and the way they manage their games. The consequence is this, is that people don't really realize how expensive games are, and they balk at paying the actual price, but they will pay $100 a month and end up paying $7,000 instead of $70. You know what I mean? It's like people really are not awake to this. And the result is that they're just financed wrong. They're financed for short term and not long term play. Like, you like that game, Turbine shouldn't have had to close overnight.
Well, like with 7 Days to Die, when it crashes, it reverts back to, has a chance to revert back to the way it was originally. So, like, if you spend
Oh, really?
300 hours of gameplay and it
Like
crashes,
wipes all your shit?
yeah,
Good Lord.
it'd be like you first found a place and it's like, okay, I'm done.
Oh my God, I've been toying with the idea of being the last person on the block to play Valheim. You heard of that? The hottest new survival game.
My daughter plays it.
Yeah, everyone plays it except me. And so I saw it on launch day too, and I looked at it and I said, that right there is about to be stream gold, and why am I not buying it? And I kept on staring at it and I didn't buy it. That's what I've done. I haven't bought it. I'm like, I feel like it's inevitable that I would. My problem with survival games is I get bored of grinding and cutting trees eventually. It's fun a little bit, but it's hard for me to make a life out of it. Am I the last person awake on Trovo in the world? Is kid still on? Yep, that's good. Oh, RevTech's on. Good. Cheers, Sick. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for rating. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry you caught me in such a dazed state. This is like the end of a 16-hour day so far. I hope you have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Hope everything goes great. I hope your head hits the pillow and you fall right asleep immediately. That's the best. I appreciate the chat too. It's nice. Yeah. Trying to make sure I get everybody. Okay. That's one.
Oops. I went to go check my screen settings, but I logged in on the other computer and it logged me out. I don't know what I had my screen settings at.
It said no, no, no. That's not the plan.
I don't know what I had it at on my screen resolution.
I'm guessing 720 or 1080p, probably. Hi, baby. Hello, Hannah.
What do you want?
Yeah, I gotta sit down tomorrow and make a
Will
real
you stay and
schedule
speak with me a moment?
of the actual games I'm gonna play. I've never had to do that. Another thing that just makes this game super easy to stream is that there's just not any time pressure associated with anything I'm doing, really. Occasionally. So I convinced the elves, but I could not convince the dwarves yet, or the humans. I get it. Oh, we have an Outriders channel on Adequate Gaming now. Wow. That must mean it's going to happen. You'll be happy to hear that. Stay fresh. Okay. I should go to bed now because I'm starting to just go into a small circle and not know what I'm doing. Like you do in real life, you just walk in a little circle.
15 hours is a long time, man.
I did 24 hours for the beginning, for the launch day of Genshin Impact. And it was so funny because I was so fucking mindless by the end, I swear. I mean, I wasn't like crazy or anything, but my body and mind were just completely done. They were like, oh, you were through playing video games. Go to bed. And actually, I went longer than 24 hours. I went probably 28 or something stupid like that. Because I went 24 hours from the, oh, no. My stream is 24 hours. I wanted to go 24 hours after the launch, but the game didn't launch until a few hours after I did. So I was like, no, I'm going to be smart and just go to bed. Well, I'm not crazy. Oh my God, I went to the Stable Master and I clicked a button and I didn't know where I was going. Oh my God. Why do I hate me? I hate me so. Oh, what am I doing? You know how it is though, once you have a goal and you have a good marathon going, it's hard to just turn it off. Oh, there's a lot of people here who are just not wearing their anything but beginner clothes. Oh, they're putting on outfits now. I can't even remember what zone I was in. Estelden. Where's that? It's where Rivendell is. Or is it? There's so many zones now. Oh, I love it. There used to be so few zones, now there's so many.
You recommend DirectX 11?
Yeah, if your card can do it. Definitely, if you can. You might have to switch around if the performance is weird. Oh, I was in the Lone Lands. Or was I? North Downs. Westbury, please.
How can I be of service?
Hey, RevTech, how are you? Thank you so much. How are you doing, man? Are you going to be on for a while, RevTech? Oh, I forgot. I can send him a message now. Oh, I just remembered I got a Duke Kid Demigod, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Almost everyone is going to make their goals. Oh, my goodness. Alright, Westbury.
Greetings.
Now, Northdown to Estelton, swift travel, go. Yeah, I think midnight is going to be my time. My pumpkin time.
So how do you find out what DirectX version you are running?
If you install the drivers and everything's up to date, then the game decides. And then sometimes games let you choose and sometimes they don't. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like you'll see a setting in the game sometimes, or like you'll start it and it'll say, hey, start this game in DX10 or DX11 or DX12 or whatever. Or you'll see nothing and you won't get a choice, or maybe it's in a menu in the game. It's so per game, it's hard to say. But it's not like you have to tell Windows, use DirectX 11, and then it tells the games that. It just is sort of available to them. And they know it if you have it installed. Raring to go. Well, I finished this whole
How can I be of
chapter though.
service? Greetings. Could I speak with you a moment?
Hey, Too Fine, what's up? Welcome back, buddy. I can't believe all the support. I just amazed. Yeah, it's a perfect time to start too, because I'm just about to go to Rivendell. So it's like, hell yeah. All right, Outlaw Popcorn. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
All right, bro. You have a good one, man.
You too. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Cheers. Y'all are the best in the universe. I love all of you. I want to thank all of you guys for hanging out so much today and for helping me meet this goal. And it looks like if we do this again tomorrow that we're going to meet this goal. I'm going to go get some sleep. And before we come and do this again, thanks to Ron, thanks Outlaw Popcorn so much for all the help. MOBA, 14, RevTech, thank you. Aileen, Goatee, City Pup, Altex, Urban Killer, Killer Common, Mercy, thanks. Jimmy, Destruction Train, thank you. And thank you for that game. I cannot wait to play that with you. Moby Audio, Reaper of Chaos, Chad, Marto B, All Seeing Mod, thank you. Destruction Rain, Kidatello, MGK Rollins, Fail Streams, Warrior Princess, Winter Vixen, Too Fine, and the Lurker. I love all of you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make a list so I remember in the morning to say thank you. Ooh, so many names. Sincerely, all of the best. Thank you. And I hope you have a great night. I'm going to go get some sleep, come back in the morning, and we're going to do it again. Thanks. In the meantime, we are going to raid Kid Demigod. So I'm going to send you guys over there, and I hope you have a nice one. Thank you.
Oh, yo!